As the president of the institute, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the IIMS India Conference 2025. A very special welcome to those who have traveled long distances, come across the seas, overnight flights, and from far corners of India. Your presence here is a testament not only to the commitment to the profession, but also to the shared belief that what we do as surveyors truly matters. We often say that conferences are about learning, but in truth, they are about people. It is your conversations, your stories, your questions, and your challenges that make these gatherings meaningful. And looking around this room, I see not just surveyors, but a community that spans owners, insurers, regulators, trainers, students, and colleagues, all united by one purpose: to make our industry safer, more competent, and better respected. Over the course of the day, we will explore themes that cut into the heart of marine surveying, the value of the surveyor, sometimes questioned, sometimes misunderstood, but never more vital than it is today. The tensions between regulation and practicality, how surveyors bridge the gap between what is written in the code and what actually happens at the coal face, at the quay, or on board a ship. And of course, the future of our profession. What competencies, what recognition, and what responsibilities must define the next surveyor? And true to the spirit of IIMS, this is not going to be a passive conference. We want you, the audience, to weigh in, to question, to vote, to argue. The small departures from the norm we have prepared are not just for fun. They are to draw out your insights, test your instincts, and maybe even reveal a few surprises about what we really believe as a profession. But let us not forget, beyond the debates and discussions, there is something more fundamental that unites us. We are a fraternity of surveyors and maritime professionals who carry a responsibility few outside of this room can fully understand. Every draft mark we read, every cargo we sample, every hatch we seal, every survey we sign on, it's ultimately about safeguarding ships, cargoes, and most importantly, lives. So today it's just not about learning, it's about honoring the quiet, often unseen role of the surveyors, which we play in the maritime chain. It is about reminding the world that surveyors save lives. And with that thought, let me once again extend a very warm welcome to all of you. May today's discussions be thought-provoking and the debate spirited, the camaraderie genuine, and the outcomes lasting. Thank you for being here, and let's begin. First up, I have the privilege of introducing the man who's often described as the energy of IIMS, our own Mike Schwartz. Mike took over as the CEO of IIMS back in 2014. And he doesn't come from a ship or an engine room. His background was the media, publishing, and membership organizations. But perhaps that was exactly what IIMS needed: a fresh set of eyes, someone who could spot opportunities that we had missed, and someone who could propel the institute into the digital age. Since then, Mike has been nothing short of transformational. Under his leadership, IIMS not only modernized but truly came of age. His vision, relentless energy drove us to achieve the ISO 9001 certification, underscoring his belief that standards aren't just for surveyors, they are for institutes too. Everyone who knows Mike will tell you he's admired for his inclusive leadership style. People simply love working with him, and that's the truth. And if you have ever tried to keep up with his travel schedule, you'll realize that his stamina and fitness are as impressive as his leadership. Somehow, between airports, meetings, and conferences, he still finds time for tennis, antiques, and passionately argues that the 1970s were the greatest musical decade ever. But beyond all of that, Mike has become one of the most passionate advocates of surveyors worldwide. He chaired the MCA's Professional Standards Working Group, co-founded the Maritime Professional Council of the UK, and has been a driving force in raising the bar for our profession. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues and students, please join me in welcoming not just the CEO, but the driving force who gave IIMS its heartbeat, Mike Schwartz.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today. I can only echo some of what Rushin has said. And what I want to do in this presentation, it doesn't matter if you're a member of IIMS, it doesn't matter if you might be a future member of IIMS, it doesn't matter if you're never a member of IIMS, there's something for you that IIMS has to offer. You don't need to be a member to participate in a lot of what we do. So, Rushin, I'm just going to say you're just over halfway through your presidency, and I'm delighted that you've been able to pull together at relatively short notice an event of this type. So well done. You're a great president to work with, and we look forward to the next 10 months. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Rushin's passionate as well. And we have a Zaria here as well, who is a past president, 2016, 17, perhaps, from memory. And I think you celebrated the 25th anniversary as president. So we have some important people here today. What I want to do, I've called this the value and role of IIMS in a rapidly changing maritime landscape. Rushin's absolutely right. Please don't ask me questions of a technical nature. Most of you in this room will have far more technical knowledge than I have. It's not my background. And my skill set lies in publishing, media. I ran some very big businesses in the United Kingdom that were involved in old-fashioned style publishing before the internet, those type of things. And for me, coming into this role, as I was saying to somebody at breakfast this morning, yeah, it was the perfect role. What IIMS needed was a business manager, if you like, someone who understood business, someone who could bring the organization together and move it on to another level. Right, enough of that. So we were started in 1991. We are headquartered, for those of you who know the United Kingdom, on the south coast. We're between Southampton and Portsmouth. We have around about 1,000 members. It hovers just under, just over. And we have representation over 100 countries. When I started this job, I thought the job was about growing membership. And it is about growing membership, and we have grown membership. But increasingly, what I've learned, and I think the importance now, and the role that IIMS can play in the future, is about driving up the standards and helping to drive up those standards of marine surveying across the world for those who are members, and I said those who are not members as well. We're governed by a management board. We have an executive board of 6 people and a wider management group of 16 of us. We meet quarterly. We have 230 students who are currently studying in our distance learning professional qualifications. We have 1 for yacht and small craft and 1 for commercial ship. Lots of training opportunities being offered around the world. Rushin's right, I have a busy diary. I'm always moving somewhere, coming to events. And just to say thank you again to Rushin, eDOT and his team, because they have underpinned much of our digital transformation over the last, I think I've said 6 apps. I think we might be 8 apps now, Rushin, my apologies. You know, we keep building apps, you keep building apps, and they really help to move our organization to another level. We're a small team, colleagues and I, there's 12 of us, and I think we push well above our weight. Everybody is very committed in head office. I have a team of people who have become specialists in their own areas of operation. And IIMS has become a hugely complicated business, way more complex than it was 11 years ago. What I'd like to do over the next half hour is to try and show you some of the things that we've got involved in. And I think even for members who are here today, you might be quite surprised at some of what I'm going to share with you. One of the most important things over the last 11 years for me is about building awareness of IIMS. 11 years ago, I could not have sat down with a loss prevention director of a P&I club and had a meaningful conversation. In fact, he might even have said, I don't really know who you are. Now I can number a number of loss prevention directors amongst close colleagues. And I was lucky enough to meet Eve van den Born, some of you might know, Loss Prevention Director in Singapore of North Standard, just 3 weeks ago, and we had a great conversation. So it's about winning new friends, it's about influencing people, it's about working with maritime regulators. I was in New Zealand recently and I had oh, we've gone dark, how exciting. And I had a very meaningful conversation with Maritime New Zealand, and they've already reached out and said IMS has a role to play in helping us to develop future generations. It's about developing meaningful communication channels, and I'll talk a bit about that later. So I would say that IMS has become truly visible in the international shipping and boating industry. This is head office, Morrell's House, 500 years old. It's a piece of real English heritage. And I'm so proud that in the middle of COVID, and it really was, and Zarir and Rishi, you will remember, I said to the board, we don't want to be spending lots of money on this in the middle of COVID, but the opportunity came along. So we took a bit of a gamble and we bought the property. And I'm going to try and do the transfer now into rupees. I think the current market value of this is about 120 million rupees. And I think it's an extremely valuable asset for the members of the organization. It's a lovely place to work. We bought it from our landlord, and our landlord is now our tenant. So we've done a complete role reversal. And I like to think that we are preserving this lovely old property for the next generation. We spent some money on it. The roof needed doing. All of these windows here, it's a listed building. You can't just put anything. You have to replace like with like. These windows were 150 years old. They were rotten. The wood was, I could push my finger through one of the window frames. It was that rotten. So we spent money redoing that. So that was a very significant breakthrough. We bought it obviously with a mortgage. We had a substantial deposit to put down. We've paid off most of the mortgage. There's a little bit more to go, and we'll clear that out next year as well. And then we'll totally own the whole freehold and real estate. So digitizing the business. When I started, IMS was very manual. Everything we did was manual. We have moved over the years to a completely paperless office. There's no paper now at all. That was a very significant job, taking a member's file, a paper file, transferring all of that into digital, storing it electronically in the cloud. It took an awful lot of work to do that, but it was really worthwhile doing. Whenever you, come back. Whenever you come on to an event or you want to do something with IMS, it's always in an electronic form now. We've got rid of those horrible old Word forms which are so difficult to fill in. The technology is amazing. We moved to very smart accounting. We have a brilliant accountant, Jen, who looks after the management account. And everything is, I don't know why this is a mind of its own. Come back. Jen organizes everything, takes care of it all. It's now our accounting function, which used to be 3 people, is now 1 person. So that's an example of where you can change things. We have significantly reduced our carbon footprint, and that surprised me. It was our bank who said to me, do you know, all of this work you've done, you've incredibly reduced your carbon footprint. I'd never really thought about it. And I suppose one of the biggest examples is we used to, some of you will know if you're members, we used to send you a plastic membership card every year, which I know is very important. You know, it gets you into ports and docks and harbors and onto ships sometimes. And somebody said, well, could we make that digital? Could we make the card digital? Of course you can make it digital. And we did that. And then just in the last few months, we've now changed that further. So when you now pay your annual membership fee, your card automatically updates in your digital wallet on your phone, which I think is just super neat. And it's just another example of the things we're trying to do to move ahead. My background, as I've told you, publishing and media. I'm used to creating communication strategies. And I just want to share some of what we do. I left a copy of our news bulletin out on the front there. I hope you managed to pick up. We don't print that bulletin, but I've produced a few paper copies for today. They're all produced digitally. They're offered as a PDF. They're offered as a magazine e-reader format type as well. They're free to everybody. They're readily available. We push out a newsletter every month. Our database is 15,000 people. So that's not just marine surveyors, that's lots of people in the industry. Typically, they run to anything between 34 and 38 pages a month. They've become really, really well read. Last month's was opened by 12,000 people. So it's an extraordinary reach we have. And then we developed something called the mid-month communique, which is purely an online offering. It's sent out as an email. My colleague Francis puts that together with my help. And it's really a link to a whole series of technical articles, events that are going on, and that also gets between 9,000 and 10,000 opens a month. So again, it's a great way of being able to share content. And I know you know, if you're involved in the marine surveying profession, you're busy. You haven't got time to go and study articles and find information. So we do all of that for them. The website, iims.org.uk, that was rebuilt when I first joined 11 years ago. It's been significantly updated. It's now a progressive web app. There are something like 3,000 news stories on there, going back some of them 10 years now. We have a lot of feature content on there. This is getting anywhere between 15 and 18,000 unique visitors a month. It's a really busy site. We put a PDF download tracker on, which was just an interesting thing to try about 3 years ago. And since then, I get every Sunday night at 10 o'clock, the report drops into my inbox. And I know it's a bit sad, but I open it every Sunday night just to see how many downloads we had last week. We just topped 100,000 downloads. So 400,000 people have been onto the IIMS website to download a PDF. The most downloaded PDF, it's just worth sharing with you, a little statistic, is the COL regs, collision regulations. Something like 38,000 people found that on the internet and have downloaded it from the IIMS website. Really interesting. Come back to me. There we are. Data collation is important. We're GDPR compliant. We have to be these days. We use a very sophisticated email software. And as I said, we track things. At the start of last year, I said to my colleagues, let's make some podcasts, and they were horrified. We don't know how to make podcasts, that's really difficult. And I said, I bet it's not really difficult. And you know what, it isn't really difficult if you've got the right piece of software. So what we do is we produce this printed, albeit electronically. We then subdivide the content into small craft and commercial ship. And then my colleague Francis puts that into a little piece of software. We can choose male voice, female voice, English accent, American accent. This is AI at its best, I've got to tell you. And the result is you end up with a 20-minute podcast, 30-minute podcast, whatever. And do you know what? It takes less than 1 minute to do that transfer to output the file. It's brilliant. It's really brilliant. So that was open last month, or listened to last month, by 5,000 people. So again, we've got huge traction in the market. When I started this job, I was a bit frightened to tackle some of these thorny issues, partly because I didn't have the experience. And 11 years ago, there was a huge problem with depths in enclosed spaces. Some of you know, 11 years on, that's still a problem. And we keep talking about it. I'm not sure we can do anything. All we can do is bash regulators, talk to people, say, don't get complacent. This day and age, nobody should go to work. Nobody should go to work and not come home that night because they've died in an enclosed space. It's unforgivable. We've now got a problem looming with lithium-ion battery technology. I won't give you a long story, but just 3.5 weeks ago in the United Kingdom, some of you will know we have a lot of canals. They're 250 years old, used to be used for transportation, now they're used for leisure. And we have narrow boats, very long, thin boats that operate on there. One of them that's been fitted with lithium-ion batteries blew up. It simply exploded. And fortunately, there was nobody on board, because if you'd been on board that boat, you would have died. And it's a truly shocking story. Everybody is now trying to understand what happened. There clearly were some red flags with the installation of the technology. Maybe somebody didn't know what they were doing. But this is really, really, it's brilliant technology, but it's dangerous. And when you think that we've created something where you can't put the fire out, you can't put the fire out. The fire brigade attended to this explosion. They couldn't put the fire out. The boat sank. Everybody said, great, the boat sunk, wonderful, into the water. 5 minutes later, the boat rose up again and the fire started again. How do you deal with that? So we've created a real problem. And I've got really involved in this. I'm chairing a subcommittee within the Maritime Professional Council, and we're looking at producing some kind of updated guidance on lithium-ion batteries because it's a big challenge. We've dealt with things like LPG gas installation on small boats. We've dealt with the minimum thickness of steel. I've been working with the UK insurance industry because they don't know if 3 mil or 4 mil is deep enough on a narrowboat. And we're trying to persuade them that 3 mil's okay, which they don't think is okay. And it's a long story, I won't bore you with it, but we're prepared to tackle these things. The next challenge for the surveying profession is remote surveying. And every time I talk to a surveyor, they say, I want to get into that engine room. I want to smell. I want to feel. I want to touch. And I'm deeply skeptical about how far you can go with remote surveying. But hello. And of course, oh, we lost that last bit. AI technology. Yes, it's here. Yes, it's becoming part of what we do. AI has to be used responsibly. And we're looking at lots of ways how we can bring more AI technology into our products and services. Innovation. Rushin is right when he talks about developing, constantly going. As a business, if you don't innovate, you die. And you can look back over years and really big examples of companies that were successful, they don't innovate, and they just simply disappear. So I'm constantly looking for new ways. My staff hate it when I come to places like India because I'm away from the office for a week and I come back with all sorts of crazy ideas. Oh God, Mike's traveling again. Oh no, he's going to come back with more ideas. But that's what drives the business. And you've got to keep looking ahead. So we're always evaluating, looking to develop tangible new member benefits. That doesn't stop. Rushin and eDOT produced our Marine Surveyor Search app. It's the only one of its kind in the world. It's totally unique. And I was talking to a P&I club recently who says, I use your app all the time. Well, what an endorsement that is. Of course, they're never going to write and tell me that. But when I was sitting in a room, he said, we use it all the time because we can find a surveyor, we can look for a specialization that we want, and there they are. We have a WhatsApp group, and I want to have a WhatsApp group for India, but it didn't really get going properly. We're going to start that again. They're really popular. We've got about 20 WhatsApp groups, which we moderate now from head office around the world, and I'm determined that we should have one for India. So watch this space. We'll be writing to people over here in the coming weeks. Standards. So important, standards. As an organization, IIMS is only as strong as our weakest member, and that's important. So our PAC, Professional Assessment Committee, under the chairmanship of Captain Chris Kelly, we're fussy. People send us an invitation or an application, we look at that application, sometimes they can't substantiate their skills. We get people telling us they can do everything. Nobody can do everything. And if you want to do everything, that's fine, but you must substantiate your skills. We're looking for objective evidence. So we've never made CPD, a continuing professional development, mandatory. It isn't mandatory, but we do encourage people to do it, and a lot do. And again, thanks to Rushin and eDOT, we have a brilliant state-of-the-art CPD app. It's very easy to use. You could be sitting in the room here, click onto the app, claim your points, and then the head office will award those points. And I don't want to talk too much about certifying authority because certifying authority is for small boats in the UK under 24 meters. But it is worth saying that we operate a contract with the UK Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. We are one of 5 organisations, and our role is to certify. We license boats that are used commercially in the UK. It's a really responsible piece of work. Only our best surveyors in the UK do this work. They have to go through quite a serious process and rigorous inspection as to what they prove their skills. Practical and theory training. The world's changed since COVID and the pandemic. So much of what we do is online now. And in actual fact, the pandemic was really good for IIMS. A terrible thing to admit. But we might put on a seminar on bilge pumps or something, and 30 people would join online. COVID came along, we put on a seminar on bilge pumps, and 200 people joined online because surveyors had nothing else to do. And they took that time to learn. The number of our students went up and up and up. So for purely commercial reasons, COVID proved to be really good for us. We had a conference recently in London. Rushin joined us online to open that. A lot of P&I Club representatives were there. That was good. But I have to say, getting people together in this environment is much harder than it used to be. Partly because, of course, there are online options now, and people don't need to travel quite so much as they did. I'm off to Canada in October. We have a conference near Toronto. Our Canada branch is very strong. And one of the most interesting things we developed, this is the third iteration coming up. It's a practical surveying course in the UK for yacht and small craft surveyors. What does that mean? It means 12 students come for 4 days. It's a residential course. I have 3 very, very senior surveyors who will work with, not quite one-to-one, but before people in 3 groups. So 1 surveyor to 4 people. They get on board a different boat every day. They do a complete survey of the boat, rigorous inspection, forensic inspection. They take their notes, and then I go down on the Thursday, which is the last day. We talk about report writing, and they do a little practical test, which we can then mark, scrutinize, and go on. And it's really popular. This one, again, the last 2 have been great success. This one's already full, and that happens at the beginning of December. And the importance of mentoring. I'm not going to dwell on that now, but I suspect when we come round to our panel discussion later, Rushin, I hope that mentoring is something we can talk about. A very significant development. This is just hot off the press. We launched this just 3-4 weeks ago. And again, it's a collaboration between IIMS and eDOT. We've 140 training modules that we've collated, not just for marine surveyors. There's content in there for seafarers. There's stuff for big ship guys, commercial shipping, there's stuff for small craft. We're going to be adding content to that all the time. We have courses within there, so there's short courses within there. You could study 1 module on a particular aspect. If you were to go and do the marine corrosion course, which is a professional qualification, there's 10 modules. It's all handled now through that portal. And to go and find it, just Google IIMS training portal. That'll take you there. It's free to sign up. Go and have a look. It costs nothing to go and have a browse and see if you can find something of interest. I think for me, this is the future. This is the way surveyors can learn and develop new skills. We're just putting in there, actually I'm quite proud, I mentioned my interest in lithium-ion batteries and everything that's going on around that technology. I've just commissioned a 4-module course, and we were previewing the content last week. It's almost good to go. It really is right on the money. It's right up to date. It's written by people who really understand the chemistry of lithium-ion batteries. And that's the first thing as a surveyor you need to do. You need to understand the chemistry because it's different chemistry. And then you need to understand when you end up surveying or inspecting or looking at an installation, whether or not it's a good one or a bad one. This is a new set of skills for surveyors, and I think this course will be really popular. Professional qualifications for 20 years IIMS. We were the original training provider, education provider. We're not the only one. There are others around. Some are good, some are dreadful. If you're going to do some studying, please be very careful which one you choose. Do your due diligence. We've developed 35 modules. Next year, a number of those modules will be going through a refresh. Technology changes, thinking changes. So we'll be updating the content. We have a real state-of-the-art student portal. Again, my thanks to eDOT who built that to our specification. Absolutely brilliant. And it's made studying with the IIMS far easier than it ever used to be. We have some very experienced tutors. Note the word very experienced, that means old, and bless them. And it's time to encourage those people to retire and to bring some new people in. So we will start looking next year for some replacement individuals. I'm ashamed to tell you that the average age of the Education Committee, I was going to say it's 93, but that's being a bit cheeky, but it's over 80. It's over 80, and that's too old because those guys become not current anymore and so on. So we have some work to do there. So I'm a publisher, as you now know. This is my baby. This is the one thing that I love to produce. It's a quarterly magazine, 152 pages, the last issue, the biggest we've ever produced. Freely available on the IIMS website. Download it as a PDF or as an e-reader. It's a brilliant publication. I say that, but it is a brilliant publication. A lot of the content is specially commissioned. We don't just lift articles and reprint them. Some of it's republished, but a lot of it is originally content. You can't read that at the bottom there, but our good friends at Brooks Bell, some of you will know Brooks Bell, have written a brilliant article on lithium-ion batteries. Again, there it's topical. So go and grab a copy. It comes out every quarter. And then this little one on the right, the Safety and Briefing and Loss Prevention Briefings Compendium, we're about to produce edition 5. Last year was 172 pages. It's a big publication. The last time I looked, we'd had 25,000 downloads, so it's really sought after. It's all about death and destruction. I can't pretend that it's anything other than that. When I started in this industry 11 years ago, I was horrified at how many people die at sea. Horrified. It's not got any better. In fact, this year is turning out to be a dreadful year. Sure, if you look at the statistics, the number of ships sinking is fewer than it was 11 years ago. That is a fact. But the number of incidents and accidents is not going down. And we keep a live calendar. Every day we add to the calendar. And the calendar of incidents and accidents is now so big, I'm going to have to produce a supplement or an annex to go with this because it would just be too big. So it's a sad state of affairs, but we publish incident and accident reports. We publish lots of information surrounding, what's gone wrong. And that's, for a surveyor, is a huge learning curve, understanding, what is going on. Again, freely available from the IIMS website. Please do go and grab a copy. Now, I just have to talk to you about some, I call it weird stuff that IIMS does, because you might think, what on earth is this IIMS doing in this sector? And we are now leading the way in some really international niche markets, and to do with things like super yacht coatings, or the eCMID accredited vessel inspector scheme. So eCMID, some of you might know IMCA, the International Marine Contractors Association. The eCMID scheme stands for Common Marine Inspection Document, and that's really people who are doing offshore audits. So we got involved 11 years ago. I met the CEO of IMCA. I'd only been with IIMS 3 months, and he said, there are people getting on board complex offshore vessels, jackups, pipe and cable layers, DP controlled vessels. We don't know who they are, and they're doing an audit. We have no idea who these people are. And he said, I'm going to get sued any day soon because something's going to go wrong. And they're going to say, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Can you develop a scheme whereby we accredit vessel inspectors? I frankly hadn't got a clue how we might do it, but I said, yes, of course we can, because I wasn't going to turn down an opportunity like that. 10 years on, the scheme was 10 years old in May of this year. We celebrated that with a face-to-face, very lively event in Amsterdam, in Holland. We have processed over 1,100 applications. Not everybody makes the grade, but we've currently got about 500 eCMID AVIs operating around the world. Surya, you're one of them. I know you're going through your 5-year revalidation at the moment. Good luck with that. So that's been a really valuable thing for us. And I think I'm very, very proud that we've helped to clean up the offshore industry. You will not get on an offshore Ørsted wind farm vessel, for example, if you're not carrying the eCMID AVI card now. If you're not recognized, you won't get the work. So that's been a really interesting job. And then we got ourselves involved in super yacht coatings, paint coatings. How did that happen? There was a chap who used to run an organization called IIMS, Tony Rance. And Tony was about the challenges the super yacht coatings industry was facing. Now, we're not talking about large yachts. We're talking about £500 million mega yachts, the like of which Mr. Abramovich has one. The guy who started, Jeff Bezos, who started Amazon, has a very big boat. I've seen it. It's just very, very big. And there was a problem with the coatings. So what was happening is that these ships, because they are ships, they're not boats, these ships were coming out to the yacht, and as many as half of them had defects in the paint. And the owner was saying, Mr. Shipyard, you promised me that my boat was going to look my Rolls Royce or my Bentley, or, it's going to be immaculate. And he said, look, what's that there in the, something's gone wrong in the process. So we started a scheme, a standard, to develop those people so that we had to upskill them. So these are inspectors, 200 of them who've come through the program. And these are guys who are looking at these projects, new builds, refits, but big, big stuff. And again, if you're not carrying the RMCI card, you're not going to get invited into one of the big yards building these super yachts. And it's made a massive difference. And then somebody said, well, that's all good and well. These 200 people are it's really specialist. You really need to know the work. And they charge a lot of money. But what about the guys further down, the project management teams, the people who don't need to be experts in paint, but they need to understand how a paint project works? And I hadn't appreciated that in a large paint contract on a big vessel, there could be 50 contracts involved. Just imagine the web, all these contracts. And they said 2 or 3 of those contracts go wrong for lots of reasons. And it's how you manage the conflict. So it's project management. And we developed this, it's been now 2 years around, and we've run, I suppose, 20 courses. We've gone all over the world with it. Really, really, it's got some brilliant tutors. And again, it's just helping people to understand much more. We all look at the outside of a boat and think, gosh, that looks nice. But I don't think most surveyors really know what they're looking at when they look at, unless you're a coating specialist, you don't really know what you're looking at. Of course, in the commercial ship world, 1 coat of paint and it's done, maybe 2, but not in the super yacht sector. It's all about image, image, image for those guys. So, if you're not a member, I'm not here to sell you membership. That's not really my job anymore. But you might consider making an application. If you do, great. What I do want to say to people who are members and who are involved in this profession is that you are professionals. And Rushin made the point earlier, I think, about marine surveyor. A lot of people don't really understand what a marine surveyor does. When I talk to my network of friends, none of whom are involved in the maritime world, they're quite astonished with some of the stories I share with them, and horrified at times. When I say to them, somebody will die tomorrow, it's just a case of how many die at sea. And I said the role of the marine surveyors, or one of the roles of the marine surveyors, is to keep those people safe at sea. So, I take my hat off to you all. That's it. And isn't that lovely? How beautiful is that? So that's a photograph I took in Monaco at the Monaco Yacht Show. And I've fallen in love with that boat. And in another life, if I was rich enough, I'd like to have one. Thank you so much for your attention. It's lovely to see you.
Well, thank you, Mike, for that very insightful presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to turn the tables. We've been listening carefully, but were you? My name is Sija, and we are going to run a short Slido quiz to see who was really paying attention. Now, don't worry, this is not an exam, but there is a prize for the winner. All right? So please take out your phones, and we will be displaying, yes, this is the QR code that you can scan through your phone. Yes, so all you need to do is scan this QR code through your phone, and then you will be able to join the quiz. So the questions will be displayed on your phone as well on this LED screen behind me. And you will have 20 seconds to answer each question. After every 5 questions, we will be displaying the leaderboard here. Yes, your time has already started. Oh, wonderful. So, Mr. Manish Dixit is the winner of this round. So, we can please, Mr. Manish Dixit, can you come forward? Mike, can you please hand him the prize? We will also be presenting a second prize for Mr. Lawrence. Please give a huge round of applause to the winners.
So this was a prelude to things to come. So now you know that after every presentation, there's going to be a prize to be won, right? And these are great chocolates made by our very own Hiren. He hasn't yet shown up, and this is everybody in the world loves them. So this is your incentive for really paying attention. Zarir is next. Next up, a past president who looks younger and fitter than he probably is, has been an initiator and supporter of the innovative out of the box ideas at the IIMS board, and loves giving PJs to the mics on stage whenever called upon. And he's so good at doing so that TEDx platform invited him to share an idea with the world on the red dot of TED Talks. Today he's going to share an extended version of that topic on ethics. Being a respected Babaji family, he says, most tend to believe his humorous yet firm business ethics and leadership quality. Like his better half often asks him, aren't you going to work today? His staff at his business bay office in Dubai ask, is there anything you want in office? That's what keeps him on a golf course at least 3 times a week trying to hit a ball with a stick. For the little straightforward talking, he has also been invited to be helping at 3 international boards as a director, chairs the Nautical Institute branch in the UAE, and is the founding member of Emirates Maritime Law Association, holding on as their current treasurer. The islanders at Antigua found him worthy of being their registrar at UAE and Singapore, and the chaps at the Baltic Exchange have named him their ambassador at their Maritime Expert Witness Association for the Middle East. So, ladies and gentlemen, here he is in Goa, come all the way from UAE to do what he likes best, to give back to the industry, the most limited commodity which we all have got in this short life, his time, experience, and of course, Zarir, your PJs. Enjoy his presentation on ethics for marine surveying. Please give a big hand for my good friend Zarir Irani.
Must uphold what Ruchin said, and every time the lights go off, I'm going to do what we do during strip poker. But on a serious note, taking on from what Mike had to say, I have spent considerable amount of time with IIMS and mingling with people who had, when I joined the board, much more experience than I had. I remember my tenure with Erickson Richards while I was doing my MBA in marketing, that I knew my limitations were having just 3 years of surveying experience and an MBA degree and wanting to start a surveying business. That was way back in 2007. Today we are 22 full-time surveyors, master mariners, and engineers, half of them. And we're growing as we speak. But coming back to IIMS, and particularly Mike, something that I always have admired and learned from seniors, including the way Mike handles the staff at IIMS. I was just told that I'm guessing an average age would be 10, 12-ish of retained staff. We being an 18-year-old company have a 12.5-year retention of our staff. So there's something common. So there is a lot to learn how to look after your staff as a leader in the office. But on the other hand, which is more difficult, I perhaps think, is how you deal with people who don't get paid, the board. How do you diplomatically handle their nuances? Most of them know the profession, like Mike said, he's not technical, but he's ready to listen. So that's something I've learned being on the board of how to maneuver around and how to get the best out of people, yet not have to pay them anything. Pro bono. Most of us on the board, like Ruchin is, do this on a pro bono basis. But saying that, coming to the topic of ethics, ethically speaking, and selfishly so, I have learned a hell of a lot from being involved in this activity at the board and the IIMS. Then I've done the diploma myself. After having started the business, I completed the diploma. But I have learned a lot from IIMS. And I think if anyone's thinking that they've been enough years at sea or they've got enough experience, trust me, it is not. You'll be surprised when you go back and do a simple basic course. The last one I did was prompt engineering for, you know what, although Mike had a finger pointed at the AI thing, but I think it's like emails, here to stay, and like social media has grown into our lives, is here to stay. So let's discuss how it may apply, the ethics story of things. Now, I've chosen this subject with a lot of due diligence. I was surprised that TED Talk picked it up because there was nothing on ethics and maritime together ever spoken in the lakhs and lakhs of videos that TED Talk hosts. And I was fortunate to be selected and called upon to share my idea with the world. And that has propelled me to use that particular topic and extension of it specifically to surveying in a place like India, where I was born and brought up, Pune, and I'm not having a registered office here as Constellation Marine. There's a reason for this, I'll tell you a little later. But looking at from a perspective of an international surveying firm, having offices in 4 places and 7 liaison offices, I can assure you that there is a huge trust deficit in India. The knowledge equity with our surveyors and our professional surveyors is immense. The world knows it, the underwriters know it. But from a perspective of ethics, trust, there is a deficit. And if you go back and think why it may be so, and you may think that there is something that you may want to change in the way you all conduct business, this presentation would have served its purpose. Saying that, I have not given those questions which Mike had put up. So whatever questions come after my presentation is all going to be from the text that you see up on the screen. So that's my unethical giveaway to you all. It's as simple as that. It's small things like this, and you think it's, I'm being cheeky here and telling you. But what I just gave you, a little cheat note, is down to ethics. Now, Mike may not know the word, but there are 3 such well-meaning Bawajis in the room. I count myself into it. But if you look at the equity of trust that our community, I'm sorry, I'm speaking a little casteism here, is unfortunately or fortunately for us, is a little biased. You talk about the Tatas, immediately people say, ah. You talk about the Godrej, they say, ah. So there is an inheritance of what the historic impression has been of what we do. And that's what made me wear my Dugli, our traditional dress, and go on the TED Talk, just to emphasize that point without speaking about it. So I'm saying there is a perspective that is coming automatically with how the precedent says. I'm not saying for a minute there are enough corrupt and crooks in our community and our thing, but saying that there is that little difference that you need to understand and get down to. So let's discuss a little bit more. We're going to be sticking to the agenda. So I've written chapters on it, on evidence collection. This is the upgraded version of the Nautical Institute book on evidence collection, Digital Tools and Ethics of Marine Evidence Collection. So that's going to be coming up end of the year. It is the most selling publication at the Nautical Institute. It's not expensive, and it's got a huge amount of this information. So point being that you need to understand how can you make those little baby steps towards creating an impression. I just spoke about our community. It is about the small little meaningful things that you do that will eventually, when you go 5, 7, 10 years into the business, will become your brand equity. And that is going to get you money. Knowledge today is a commodity. I know IIMS promote it, and we have a professional course, but knowledge today is a commodity. But what cannot be bought and sold is something that you would conduct yourself as. And how many nominations do you say, no, I cannot do it. It's not something that I am capable of. So navigating the choppy waters of ethics is something we can do, we can talk about today. So strap in, we will go through the hypocrisy of it. I will also be able to relate it to the Indian context of it. Like they say, there is no honest politician on this earth, whether it's this country or Timbuktu. There's a general impression about the category of people who get into politics. It is how it has developed. So that we don't want to become an impression of our fraternity. There is no honest surveyor. And unfortunately, over the years, as you would see, a charterer will nominate his independent surveyor, an owner will nominate his independent surveyor, a cargo interest will protect his interest and appoint an independent surveyor. Really, are they really appointed independent surveyors? In their minds, they don't think one expert or one company who has expertise in that cargo, in that damage, whether it's hull, whether it's cargo, can do the job honestly and write an independent report. And that is why the expert witness aspect comes in. In fact, even there, if there are two parties disputing, one will say, I want my expert, and the other one will say, is my expert, and then there will be a joint expert, and there's a 3-expert panel to discuss and arbitrate about one dispute. So all this boils down to a lack of trust somewhere. Each party, each interest thinks the independence is being compromised in some form, some way or the other. So take note of that, because the industry already is aware of that being there. So that's my picture. You can imagine that me not being in Dubai in that kind of clothing. So if you can count the boiler suit, the hoodie, and then the blue jacket, and then so there are 4 layers there. I don't want to tell you where they flew me out for a job, and that you can see is not a blue water vessel. That is a yacht. Out at sea, 14 years, we used to make fun of these little toys that come around our hull. We used to probably put a binoculars when I was much younger to see, you know what, on the sun deck. But come to see today, I can proudly say that in the Middle East, we are the second biggest company that services the yacht market. And that's not down to competence. We have yacht experts, we have naval architects, but we have taught ourselves. One of the subjects at the diploma that I did was on small crafts and yachts at the IIMS module, because I want to learn about them. So you can learn, you can make a business out of it. It just means how will you persist ongoing. I know the yacht market here is virtually dead, but this is just an example. So you would have, as an example, why do you think people like I did fly around the world, not necessarily come to India, saying that there would be 2 of our surveyors at any given point every month in 1 or 2 Indian ports? I can assure you of that. And we charge them dollar rates, which sometimes 4 times what Indian surveyors charge. But it is down to trust. It is down to ethics. They do not want to charge. The claim handler who puts down and flies people in does not want to take a chance that there might be a compromise in, I'm not saying I'm not painting a brush to every one of y'all, but there is a general aura, like I just spoke, about how they may conduct. Will they compromise themselves? So be aware of it, and that is the crux. That is the reason why we should be a little bit more paying attention to this. I spoke on this in the IUB conference in Mumbai. The first one, IUMI came down to speak. I had Captain Wispy from my Fujairah office call me in the middle of the conference, and I had the call on my Apple phone. I was having it there, and said, oops, it went up on its own. And he spoke about rewriting a certain few words in my report in front of 250 people, and that was about them, Wispy posing as a broker, asking me to change that the damage was due to salt water. Just remove the word salt everywhere you mention. Just say water damage. That was the argument he was having with 250 people listening, and there were a few Scandinavians raising their eyebrows, saying, what is this guy speaking about his job when there is a thing? Eventually, I came back and I said that was a setup call. I took a vote of hands, and I said, how many of these 250 people either have called, or some surveyors, if they may be, or some lawyers, have received calls, been asked to send draft reports before they send the final report, and you've done it? Nobody put the hands up. Nobody put the hands up. I can tell you half of your surveyors must be having those calls at some point to ask for how and what are you going to write in your findings. And that's down to ethics. There's somebody at the other end, or P&I correspondents sometimes slip and send them nomination. You're representing the owners, or you're on behalf of owners. It's not on behalf of anything. If you're independent, you're not on behalf of anybody, or not protecting anybody's interest. And if your nomination mail says that, you lost that arbitration if somebody discovers that straight away, because you're nominating somebody to represent somebody's interest. There goes the independent nomination straight away. So moving on, intangible gains are what you will get out of being at least thinking about ethics. I know commercial pressures, I know people, but if you speak about saying, sorry, I will not be able to nominate, I will not be able to take up this nomination. Let me give you an example. Let me talk about park surveying at one end at the moment. Let's come down to what we all have visited doctors at some stage. I'm as unhealthy as most may think I am. Thanks, Ruchin, for the compliment of me looking younger, but I have my own issues. But let me ask you, have you ever seen somebody who's a knee specialist advising you on your heart condition? Or somebody who's learned neuroscience and giving you advice on probably your constipation? I don't know. Never do they do that. They always specialize. As a general physician who will say, I'm going to be a consultant, I think you've got a bad colon, I'll consult you for an endoscopy, or what is that, colonoscopy. Please don't do them both together. Or at least do the other one first, south to north. Never. It's always not the south if they want to change. But sorry, I'm not in medical. Point is, ethically speaking, you would never have that in the medical profession. Let's go to the teaching profession. Have you seen a geography teacher teaching you chemistry in higher standards? Don't think so. How many times have you seen in a CV somebody saying, I have done 2 tankers as a cadet, and I'll go down and do a pre-purchase of a tanker or a cargo contamination on liquid cargo? How many times have you? If a correspondent even sends a CV, somebody at the other end who's nominating is laughing at you. I had a chief engineer. This is our company, and I will give you this example. He had put down, I won't name him, but he's out of our company now. And the very next day, he was shown the door. He put down his experience as a chief engineer on LNG vessels. No junior rank experience. We slipped. When we were interviewing him, we didn't notice it. We didn't see for his sea records, etc., etc. We recruited him. He worked with us for 1 year until there was a nomination for a LPG vessels condition survey or something. And we said, hey, we got a chief engineer who's worked as a chief engineer. There came a reply saying, fake CV. This guy couldn't have worked on as a chief engineer on an LNG vessel without doing any junior ranks as an engineer. They say, that is the point. We didn't see that. Next day he was called in. He says, this is the work experience you have. We don't see CDCs. We should, but we didn't at that point. So we asked him, do you want to put in your papers? Because we can't have you for another day. He says, no, this is not grounds for me to resign. By the time he reached his home in Abu Dhabi, we sent him a termination notice. Not even a day more in the company. We failed. I am saying we failed to verify his credentials, but we discovered it a year after he was already into it. So I don't think we should do anything outside our expertise. Now, I did show you a photograph of myself trying to do an osmosis test on the hull of a yacht somewhere where I had been asked to go, in a cold place. Now, I have studied it. I have had yacht experts whom I've gone with. So there is a certain process in which you have. I've also attended expert witness evidence where I was asked, where is your real CV in that dispute with a yacht repair job? And I said, it's on LinkedIn. I have a web page which has all that I've done. But he said, that's not what you submitted. You're a blue water guy, Captain Irani. You're on a yacht. I said, yes, I've got everything that I've done on yachts in this courtroom, and you all selected me as an expert to advise the tribunal. I said, I've given my advice. You partied to saying yes, and now you're asking me, where is my real CV? It's all over there. You just Google my name, you'll find everything that is there about it. It's nothing hidden. But for this panel, I've given you only reference of this thing because he challenged it. So here I'm saying is there are people who will point fingers at you. You have to be very, very strict about how you conduct yourself, how you portray your experience, and how you say, no, I have not enough experience doing so. So it all counts down to how many times you said no to a nomination. So trust. Trust builds timely payments. How many times have I called a client after 2 or 3 reminders from my accounts department have gone, and I said, I see 3 reminders. What's going on? Did you not like the nomination? Should I send you a cancellation notice for the invoice which you're not yet paid? And then the call goes from me, rest assured, within a week, that payment is settled. So, your advance payments, we get 50% of our new nominations, we charge in advance. It's all down to the trust and the ethics that we built that we can actually, there's a risk of them going away saying, hey, we're not going to pay you in advance. But when you have consistency and trust, this is what I'm saying, that clients will pay you in time or in advance because they trust you that you'll be delivering the nomination. Coming down to warranty and risk assessments. Now, if y'all are not members of the Society of Marine Warranty Surveyors, I think you should, because that's going to reduce your insurance and PI cover premium. But here's a scenario. Let's talk about a scenario where a marine warranty surveyor sugarcoats a vessel's seaworthiness during a marine warranty survey and then wins the goodwill, issues a quick sail away certificate, and then there is a casualty. Cargo probably goes walking in, shifts, lashing brakes, whatever it may be. Reputation is torpedoed and future work dries up. One mistake, one oversight. Might not be ethically incorrect, but he might be just tired. These days in Dubai, temperatures are soaring down to 48, 47 degrees, and we have to have people there to attend nominations. So we send 2 people at all times, one backing the other up because you can't be out in that weather for more than an hour. So the lessons learned are transparency isn't a good practice. It is your career's anchor. You may choose to have a difference of opinion. There is nothing wrong in that. But if you justify that difference of opinion enough times, you will understand that the other side respects, they agree to disagree. And as Mike knows, on the board, I was having a reputation of being the troublemaker because I was the disruptive person who was always speaking out. I was very happy when Mike came in with a digital mindset, because my struggle before Mike came was to get onto the LinkedIn, get a little bit more done on the website. And that was me fighting a battle with one or two other board members. It was an uphill task. But when Mike came, during my presidency as well, it was a smooth. So I give it up to you. Fantastic. I think the IIMS brand out amongst the organizations that are there in UK and around the world has clearly made us digitally forward thinking, and that's respectable in its own way. Now coming down to the expert witnesses, that's my nomination letter of being an ambassador. If you all have enough experience in your line of work, I would highly recommend you all to sign up. If you all don't know how to or want a referral, send me your CV. I will definitely refer you. That's since 2013. So the question is, are you really an expert? Because if you don't challenge yourself, somebody else will challenge you. And that is one reason why I do not like an expert witness nomination that comes my way. But inevitably, before you start talking or are able to argue or give advice or have people ask you questions, they will always question your integrity. They'll try to demolish it or try to at least challenge it so that you feel agitated and say something silly. So are you really an expert is important, and you have to understand that all the pro bono work, Rushin said, by the way, the Antiguan nomination is not pro bono. I get my share of the tonnage tax which goes to them, but I haven't taken any money for setting up their office in Singapore. But it is very rewarding. Any pro bono work you do is extremely rewarding. I can assure you of that, because you get a lot of perspectives that come your way. So if you are a member of any organization, maybe an engineering organization, maybe IIMS, I think you should get in to the board. Rushin knows a little about this. Get involved. You see all these organizations that are supported? These are supporting Rushin more than the IIMS, because he is the ambassador here who has brought all these associations to back this conference. And that's down on goodwill. And this, I feel, will be the baby steps that you take on building up your brand equity and ethical statements. So when things sink, that's when they want experts. And experts are down to who is not as knowledgeable. It is down to who is more proper in terms of speaking his mind. Will he be biased? Will he be straightforward? Will he be disruptive? Even if it means that the rich guy is going to lose the case. In that case of yacht, by the way, it was a lawyer's boat and he had a battery of lawyers in. And I must say that my argument was siding the guys at the repair yard, and they probably won the case. But let's talk about something that's very dear to my heart. Again, a new business vertical for us, that is the Antiguan flag registry. I'm not Antiguan. I don't live on the island. I have very little in common with Antigua. It's on the absolutely polar end of where I live and stay and work. But they've nominated me as the deputy registrar. My signature goes on the ship registry certificate. Now, from Antigua to Luxembourg to Gabon, the buffet of flags is wide open. Why should somebody flag Antigua? So Antigua has attached their ship registry business to my reputation and hoping that we will be. It's a whitelisted flag, great to work with, great business to have. But if you see, this little pie chart is compiled on the 24th of this year. And as you can see, 247 vessels are from one particular flag, 212 are from another flag. Yet, they're in the white list. There goes ethics. Poof. straight away. But they are being questioned. More and more such vessels. Panama, as you know, have recently announced no older than 15-year-old vessels will be, tankers will be entertained. All of those will be deregistered. So there is pressure building. But look at the number of flags which are actually having a risk of sanction compliance as of February 2025. So it's not individuals, administrations. These are countries. The country's reputations are attached to this. Think about that. So ethics has such a spectrum. It has a huge spectrum where you will be questioned every single time you raise your hand or write a report. So be wary. So there is white, gray, and black list, and the shadow and dark fleet operators are all over the place trying to get their pound of flesh and to exploit the unethical amongst all of us. So some argue that being ethical is not always what you want. It is looking good doing it. As long as you look good doing it, you wear white clothes, your soul is dark, but you're looking clean. And that is an argument sometimes you get saying that, how can this joker win an election in a A country or B country from being in prison or having 5 criminal cases against them and still be running for office? I don't know. I'm not a politician, but I'm saying ethics may not be your anchor, but they definitely make great PR. When you start looking good doing something, you start getting into the habit saying that, hey, I might do something dark, but as long as I speak about ethics, it might be all right. So your ethical reputation is not what you speak. It is rather what they speak when you're not in the room. It's never about us. Your brand equity is what people speak when you're not in the room. And that's why when somebody speaks about me, I want to be very interested in saying, asking the third person in the conversation or in the thing, say, hey, we missed you, and I want to know who was speaking and what was it. It might be not right. I'll give you an example without naming. I'm going to share this recording with the person who spoke about it. There was a particular association where I gave an offer of $2,000 as a service fee in the fish bowl, where names were being picked up of the attendees, and whoever name was picked up, one of the sponsorship offers from Constellation Cyber was a $2,000 voucher on the service fee. There were 2 guys who immediately raised the hand. I was in UK. I couldn't attend that particular event, but 2 guys put their hands up and said, if he's charging giving away 2,000, he can easily charge a $5,000 service into a $7,000 service, and there goes the 2,000. There were at least 20 people who objected to that guy raising a question. He happened to be a friend. And there was a second one who backed him up in that, who was the only one siding. But here's the thing. When somebody raised, this was a gathering of 150 people, they said, this is not fair. This could be easily disputed. How can you just... people are giving away cash vouchers, shopping vouchers, etc., whatever it was. And here we were, out of the box, $2,000 was shot down, and this was taken up by a majority of them. And that happened on the back of the goodwill that we had created in the room. So you sometimes get it wrong, sometimes it's challenged, but when you have a certain momentum, when you were not, we were not there. I had one junior surveyor engineer in that gathering, but he was quiet and just listening, and that's where I got to know what came out. But let's talk a couple of slides to go, and let's talk about how could you uphold ethics. Some giveaways, some take-homes, and this is one of the few 2-3 slides that I've given you enough stories and examples of my own, of the industry, about flags. But let's understand, maintaining independence and objectivity is key. Upholding integrity and honesty is important. Provide truthful and accurate information if all your dealings are avoid misrepresentation of your qualifications and findings. So even if you send a master mariner's CV where he's done maybe a couple of tankers, a junior rank, yet you say, let the client choose. If he thinks it's all right, let him take a call, not me. I've told them honestly what his experience statement is. It's down to you, not to the client. The client person picking the nomination might be an accountant who might be asked by his principal saying, get me 3 quotes and go with the middle quote. That's all his mandate is. Go with only IIMS qualified surveyors. That's why IIMS has got the specializations mentioned in those small codes amongst each members. You a cargo guy, you are a hull expert, are you a... So I had taken, and I'm also a NAMS member, National Association of Marine Surveying. I'd taken a cargo surveying module because it's an easy test to pass. To get into that membership, you need to pass a 3-hour exam. So this is something that I was very, very comfortable with. I haven't got a single cargo nomination. This is American underwriters. They don't have cargo nomination this side. They just settle if they have to. But had I taken hull, there would be probably some tonnage I would have done, but I've kept the membership nevertheless. But continuous professional development, Mike mentioned. I can give you an example. We do our appraisal for our staff every 6 months. We offer to do an appraisal to our staff every 6 months. And they do not come into my room after having gone through the admin and operations to comment on their performance without having a course certificate with a number in the 6 months. So Annie, who's been 17 years with us, she's the office manager. She's done leadership course from Harvard, a 2-month course. Kareem did a 9-month course on cloud computing, who looks after cybersecurity and a bit of social media for us. 9-month course. So he wasn't given any increment, or his appraisal was done pending the 3 months more of the course to complete. When he did that, he got backdated increment. We paid for the 9-month course. Continuous professional development. Very important. Comes second or third in a global statistics of why people stay with you. A good salary comes not even in the top 5. Here's a free tip for you. If you're having a bunch of professionals working with you as a team or as a, please train them. Offer that increment in terms of knowledge to them. They will stay longer. This is a free tip. Avoid conflicts of interest. How many times have you got a call and be asked to represent hull, but then the cargo guy calls, just send me 5 photographs of the cargo hold. That's all I want. I don't want a report. Can you send me 5 photographs? I just need to see what the cargo looks like. That's conflict of interest. It's none of your business to do that, even if it means nothing or you want to earn goodwill. You have to learn to say no to them. Report unethical conduct. I gave you an example of me terminating our chief engineer the very next day of me discovering this. I know of a surveying firm where a master mariner went for a condition survey, was called into the master's cabin, not on the bridge, to discuss the report. And he says, why should I go to the master's cabin to discuss it? He can come to the cargo room or cargo control room or on the bridge. Both of those had mics. He didn't go. He reported it. There was more to it. There was unofficially hinting that he would be paid money to reduce the finding list. But that is unethical conduct, needs to be reported. Whistleblowing today is a big thing, especially in the US Coast Guard regime and the AMSA aspect of things. So avoid misrepresentation, foster professional relationships. Now, most of our new business comes from that aspect, professional relationships. Mike knows I travel at least 3 or 4 times. I've been slow. Apologies, early, first half of the year. You know the reason why I'm back now. Traveling and meeting professionals is a fantastic way to tell them your story. They love welcoming you. Try doing that. Take a ticket, go up to wherever your cluster of clients is. You will realize that 10 years later, that somebody junior whom you spoke nicely or had a pint in the pub has become the claims manager one day and has suddenly remembered that little time that you spent that gave him that little importance. Very important. Here are your takeaways. Integrity has to be in every action. It just can't be in words. It has to be acted upon. That's me in my lovely boiler suit. That's our latest color of every year we change our boiler suit color just to mark the edition. Respect for life, law, and environment. Transparency is in reporting and communication. Ethical conduct isn't just compliance, it's leadership. It has to come from the top. It is about leading from your heart. If you are just speaking about it, but yet doing something wrong, you might not be respected for what you do. Get involved in pro bono services. You may feel you never have the time, but it's always worth making the time. The most important commodity, God's given us a limited amount of years in this world. If you spare that and do it ethically, give it back ethically without worrying about business, you will be seen automatically as somebody who's got the heart in the right place. And it may not be for the right reasons. I know enough people who join committees and try to network and get business out of the people on the committee at least. But that said, you have to understand, I have gained my 2 out of 3 board members in the UK from the IIMS board. Alan Brink and John Noble. John Noble first, when I just joined the board, and then Alan Brink still is on our board. John has just resigned. But they're advisors, they lead the path, they walk the path. Alan has done 35 years of what I do. So he's obviously telling me where the potholes are when I'm walking the path where he's already done. So if it's not right, don't do it. If it's not true, don't say it. That's not me. That's Marcus who said it. And I think that is a quote worth talking about. Only twice it has blacked out. So clearly, I still have my underpants. But final port of call, sarcasm anchored. Let's put all the sarcasm in one place. I have written another chapter in the maritime skills onshore and offshore on business and marine consultancy and its ethics. I've done courses on it, course on ethics. So I have taught myself about ethics in a formal way. Maybe what I think ethics is not what the educators are saying. So we wanted to go in and do it. That's my LinkedIn. And please be with IIMS. I know I've been for the longest time, and Mike will testify, I've been an advocate of reducing the IIMS members' fees years in India and in the subcontinent. I know that is one of the principal reasons why people don't want to sign up, given the low hourly rate and day rate that the surveyors here charge for faults of their own, because they haven't really felt the need to charge more, or don't have the reasons how to, or don't know who will pay more. But I've, as you know, the last 4 or 5 years, I've stopped doing that because I think it is a losing battle. It is already at the lowest that category or the segment that India comes under. And I often get asked when I tell people like yourselves, why should you pay so much for annual membership? And I can tell you, like me, there are a lot of people, if they want surveyors in an X country where their favorite surveyor is not available, I look into the IIMS database. I appointed somebody recently in Brazil, and he was an IIMS member. One of them in Guyana, and he was an IIMS member. So, one nomination a year, if somebody picks up the phone, or like he said, most loss prevention directors of P&I clubs are today using the search feature of the IIMS portal. So all you need is one nomination from there in the year, in 365 days, and you've got your membership fee covered. why would you not be seen? Even if you don't get nominated, you'll be seen amongst those few who are members. So I'm not trying to make a pitch for IIM, but I'm not wanting to force you into it, but I'm telling you that there is a monetary reason too, along with a reputational gain for being an IIMS member. I am a passionate IIMS promoter, so please take this, what I said, with a pinch of salt. But thank you very much for listening.
All right. Thank you, Captain Zarir, for that thought-provoking presentation, and which was also very interesting. Now, once again, are we all ready for the quiz round? Yes? Okay, so the first winner is Kaushik. And in second place, we have Darius Aga again in second place. A huge round of applause for the winners.
Well, some people build careers and some people build entire platforms. Captain Shaukat Mukherjee has managed to do both. A master mariner by training, he's also a media strategist, engagement expert, and the founder and CEO of the Naval Connection, a platform that partners with over 120 global companies to spark innovation in leadership and industry engagement. Captain Shaukat is not just a seafarer but a storyteller with two best-selling books to his credit, Mind Over Water and Behind the Tricolor. He's also an alumnus of Harvard's Leaders of Learning program and Stanford's Data Science in Teaching and Learning course. Clearly, he's just not navigating ships, he's been navigating the world's best classrooms. His leadership extends well beyond business. He co-founded Women in Maritime India, an official arm of the IMO, and serves on national task forces championing diversity, inclusion, and progressive leadership in shipping. And just this year, he was conferred with a fellowship of the Master Mariners of India. In short, Shaukat Mukherjee is someone who brings together the worlds of maritime expertise, leadership, and engagement. And if you spend even 5 minutes with him, you will see why he is regarded as a true innovator and a connector in our industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my dear friend, Captain Shaukat Mukherjee.
Thanks very much. So first of all, it's customary to end something with a vote of thanks. I'll begin with one. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Ruchin. Ruchin is like my elder brother. Goa has been my second home since the last 5 years. Some of you have seen me organize maritime industry's largest event on future skills here. It's called FSM, Future Skills Maritime. It's a pet project and a pet event hosted by the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Shri Prasad Sawant. And each time he comes and graces the occasion, we did our first Future Skills Maritime right here in this auditorium. And of course, they didn't have that division there. And I have fond memories, it's great to be back here on stage. And that was the time when Marriott was just opened. And we were perhaps the first event that they hosted. And more than 100 companies from all around the world took part, and we had a great time. So I'm really thankful to Ruchin for inviting me, thankful to IIMS and the Institute of Surveyors for requesting me to come and speak here. It's a very, very different forum. I'm speaking in front of many professionals. Yesterday, when we were lounging in the dinner, I spent time with different groups, and most of them were talking about measurements, about, and I was like, what am I going to talk about tomorrow? But then I chose something which is very close to my heart. And, in my time, if you've heard of IMEC, International Maritime Employers Council, they're based out of London, and we happen to be working with IMEC very closely as their digital partner in India. So we went to all the institutes all over India and shot videos. And so in my line of work, we interact with a lot of students all across India, thousands of students at all times. It's a great journey. It's a great learning journey to be spending time with students. And one of the questions which I always get from students is, will we have a job when we pass out? And this is a very pertinent question. And I will want my talk to be on the hook of this particular topic is, what is technology doing to us? I've had the good privilege of working very closely with the world's largest technocrats. We also have a very big flagship event called the Technology in Maritime, which is celebrating its 5th year in Mumbai. And it is the largest, India's largest technology forum where technocrats from all across the world, they come and join hands and share a lot of knowledge. And this time it's happening in Mumbai on October 10th as we speak. So all of you are invited to register and come and attend this event. And what it has given me is a huge learning forum to speak, sit down with technocrats, and they tell us, not only for maritime, but technology, I feel, cannot be branded as maritime. Technology is technology. How we use it in maritime is what is more relevant. So the relevance of technology in maritime, and as the days are progressing, we see the technology increasing not only at an exponential rate, at a rate which is far beyond our imagination. So unfortunately, when these kids are learning from school, by the time they pass out, whatever they have learned has become redundant. So where is technology taking us? And this question comes back to me all the time saying, sir, will we have a job when we pass out? What is technology going to take over humans? And today I'm going to talk about this, and I'm going to share my views. What I want is this. I don't want to be standing here and talking alone. I want this to be a discussion mode. So please feel free to interject. I'll be asking questions and we'll share our thoughts. This has to be a very interactive session, and we'll come out with a lot of learning. I think we'll come out with a lot of valuable thoughts because we have an extremely highly professional group here, right? So years back, I was at a stage, I was talking about surveyors. So that's when I had just completed my lead auditor's course from Lloyd's on ISO 9001:2015. And I was talking to a group of people, and then suddenly one student again stood up and said, sir, can you give me the difference between inspection, audits, and surveys? This is also a question which I think a lot of students don't understand. As I was about and preparing myself to answer that question, somebody else from the audience said, sir, can I answer that question? He came up on stage, and I want to share my thoughts here, what answer he gave. He says, imagine a glass of water on the table. A glass of water on the table placed beside a laptop. So an inspector will come, and he will, in his report, say that there is a glass of water sited beside a laptop. Auditor will come and try to answer the question, keeping in mind these questions about how, what, when, where, who. Who has put the glass? Why is it supposed to be here? And then the surveyor comes, and even after answering all these questions, the surveyor puts a point saying that, this glass is dangerous because if the water spills, then the laptop will get damaged. And this is where I think you people, surveyors, are so futuristic, and it's you who are turning the industry around. It's for you to preempt incidents which can become harmful. So I want to start with giving a round of applause to what you are doing, because you guys are really the change makers of the industry. Many people don't realize the hard work, the laborious research. Nowadays, hardly anybody reads. But just like a lawyer, just like a doctor, you have to keep yourself updated all the time. You have to go back to your books, study, and they don't understand how much of research and study goes into this. So I am taking my hat off again to you. You guys are doing great. So yeah, let's begin. So, we are building smart ships. Every day that we talk, and like I said, I am very fortunate to be in the committee of Maritime India Vision 2030. And that's a capacity building dynamic sector that reports right to the Prime Minister's office. And when we attend meetings, our last meeting was in Kochi, and Cochin Shipyard. And I don't know, many of you might not be aware, Cochin Shipyard already has a methanol ship running on the water, in the water, right? The problem is that we don't have trainers. We have smarter ships. People, as we speak, we have hydrogen-powered ships, we have LNG fuel ships, we are all autonomous ships running in the water, autonomous drones even underwater. We have smarter tools. Nowadays, the tools are like some smart tools that you can't imagine what tools can do in our lives today. We are building smarter systems. But my question is, Are we forgetting to build smarter people? I'm going to take a breath pause here. Are we forgetting, are we risking, not forgetting maybe, are we risking of not investing in building smarter people? And as I was sitting through the presentations of Zarir and Mike, and we all, and both of them spoke about leadership, of ethics, about integrity. And today I'm going to talk about and share knowledge about the differences that the technology has and the ethical boundaries that can only be possible with humanizing systems. So are we forgetting to build smarter people, right? And by meaning smarter people, we do not mean people with the level of intellect like Einstein. We do not mean people who can solve a mathematical problem in 2 seconds. We mean people who can read into things. We meet people who are human. We need people who are delicately, mindlessly involved in the systems that they work on. They know their limitations and also the limitations of the system. We need people who are controlling systems, not the other way around. Anybody knows who this man is? PC Sarkar, right? So I'm very fortunate to having grown up beside PC Sarkar. So our house is just adjacent. His house is number 13. Our house is number 12. I'm talking about my Kolkata house, born and brought up in Kolkata. Now, of course, last 14 years I've been living in Mumbai. So one day I remember when I was a kid, we used to go here. There were generations of family friends. So I went to his office and he was sitting behind his desk. And he had a rope. He had a string on the table, just hanging. Nothing on top, nothing on top, nothing at the bottom, just hanging. Well, you couldn't touch. You could just see. And when we came back, we used to, brothers and sisters, we met and we were just enamored with this. How can there be just a string without anything on top, down below? Later, I realized when I delved deeper into magic, and magic is one of my pastimes, I knew that there was a string. But the string was invisible. It's called a magician's string. So magicians use that rope which is invisible. So my point here is, and then later I realized that technology, AI, automation, they're all advancing, as you all know, at an exponential rate. There is somebody who is invisible behind these technologies. There is somebody who's holding the string. We might not see that person, but that person is the human behind it. But as long as we have faith, as long as we have trust, Zarir mentioned trust. There cannot be anything above trust. Our company is just 5 years old, and we started with 2 clients in the pandemic, and now we are working with over 120 clients worldwide. And some of them are big names in the world. And recently, we signed a MOU, a pact, an agreement with Tata, last edge for marketing training aids, the big 75-inch panels, integrated panels. It took Tata 1 year to approve our company, the Naval Connection, in their board. 1 year for vendor. They even sent people to our house, verifying that, whether we exist. That is because whatever happens, their reputation is at stake. And that's what Zarir was mentioning. Reputation of people are not only bothered about their own circles, they are also about who's working for them and who's working on behalf of them. So as I say that we have an MOU with Tata, I run with that integrity, right? So somewhere down the line, we have the people who are holding that invisible string is the human factor or human behind the technology. Are we forgetting that person human? And I'm greatly impressed with Zarir's presentation that he talked about personal development. It's only future skills and personal development that will see us through. Not the amount of paycheck, because the other way, it follows, the more personal development you do. For example, no matter even if I don't get food to eat, I have a budget at the end of the year, I would spend that on myself. Because to me, I'm a product. If I don't sell, and I'm eagerly waiting, Mike, for your presentation on 19 mantras of success, which is going to come. I don't know why it's only 19, why it's not 20. Maybe after this, we'll have the 20th one. But yeah, so I spend that money on myself. And this is something that I always tell also all the students. Please spend on yourself. You know, companies will only spend on you to the level that the company will have its need out of you. Company will make you do your course. So we run a social media company, right? We are the media managers for a lot of companies, FOSMA, MASA, Maritime Union of India, MSC. We have a team who's socially, every day they are learning new things. Because the algorithms are changing in Instagram. The algorithms are changing in Facebook and in LinkedIn. If you don't learn, if you don't keep updated, we cannot serve our clients. So that is the in thing, you know, for technology to be effective, we need the people to be progressing. I'll be slightly faster. Whoever has taken more time, Ruchin, I will give you more time. I'll finish as, you know, faster than you think, right? So what we need of the hour is innovation alone is not important. Innovation alone will not get us to success. What we need is intelligence. We need smart judgment. We need human judgment. We need ethical leadership to see us through this tumultuous time of technology taking over our lives, right? Are we forgetting? So this is something which I created. And in the middle, we have human skills and competencies. And around that, I have created a formula called CALM. It resonates well because you need calmness in the mind to understand what technology is doing out. Anybody can predict what the CALMR is, and we can give out one of the Tarvoti chocolates. I can guarantee that. Anybody? Anyone? Guess what is CALMR? C is competence. Well tried, very good. Anybody? A? Come back. L for leadership. Fantastic. What's your name? Come back. So have you got a Tarvoti yet? So one from my side, please, Ruchin. Right, so C is critical thinking. A is adaptability. L is leadership. M is mastery. And R is resilience. And I have seen in my research, just completed around last year, grueling course from Stanford on data science and how teachers and learning take place in the 21st century. And I'm going to talk a bit about that course. It was a very grueling, it took me, in fact, I failed 5 times before I succeeded in the 6th time. And I was very happy that I was failing, you know, because then it made me learn more and more, get deeper, you know, things like that. So yeah. So let's go one by one. 1 minute on each slide. Next 5 minutes, I'll go one by one. Let's talk about critical thinking. You know, being in running a social media company, being in a technology company, and being associated with a lot of technocrats, I know what data can do to us. You know, and the most important factor, the most threatening factor in today's world is overload of data. We have so much of data that we don't know how to use it. And when I was doing that Stanford course, we interacted with the world's largest and the world's most prolific data scientists. And before that, I had no idea what the work of data scientists did. And believe me, they spend years and years studying trillions of data, just numbers. And they come out with inferences. Even AI can come out with inferences, but that course taught me that these people are involved in making those decisions out of data that computers can never do. You can look at one data and you can present it in 5 different ways or 50,000 different ways, right? And computers can do that. But I will talk in the later slide why I think humans will stay and what genuinely difference the human brings into this data science, right? So critical thinking is something which we need to address with humanizing of technology. We need to understand, we need to build people who can work sensibly with data. And in the future, all these courses, I think, will be coming up to how we assemble, how we manipulate, and how we manipulate in a good way, and how we interpret data to suit our purposes, right? So technology gives us oceans of data, but not wisdom to act on it. So what's the difference between intelligence and wisdom? Intelligence is knowing that, it's an age-old proverb. Intelligence is knowing that the tomato is a fruit. But wisdom is not using it in a fruit salad, right? So that is where we need to understand the difference between the intelligence and wisdom. I'll put a question. Do you think computers have wisdom? Do you think technology on AI has wisdom? Maybe it will in the next 5 years, but as of now, do you think? Do you really feel that they have the wisdom to do things like humans? So if no, how many of you feel, let's take a raise of hands, please. How many of us feel that computers do not have the wisdom? So overwhelming response. So I think it answers the question that computers still cannot take our jobs. Because as long as humans exist, the wisdom with humans will exist. Right? And there are jobs which are well done through wisdom. So AI can calculate the safest route to take to avoid collision mathematically, but can it calculate fatigue? Can it calculate the severe mental stress and mental load on a seafarer as you are transiting the South China Sea? You know, I was transiting as a master, I was transiting the South China Sea, and all of you who are sailors will know, and your ship was right going down inside the water and coming up, and chief engineer ran up and says, "Captain, will I live?" I said, "Sir, one thing I don't know whether you will live, but one thing I can promise you, if I live, then you will live. The ship will live. So it's not about you, it's about the whole ship. And we are all in this together." And it was just about 4 days. It was hell, you know. But then, can AI predict what to do in this kind of a storm? Can AI predict the currents? Can AI predict the normal weather circumstances? Yes. But does it have the wisdom to take us out of this mess, right? So 3 weeks back, or last month, I was called in to speak at an international seminar in Dubai. And where we were staying, just opposite, I don't know whether any of you have gone there, they have made a new museum. It's called Museum of the Future. And once you enter the museum, they take you to 2074. So everything that you see is 2074. At the entrance lobby, there was a car. Not this one, but there was a car. And it was just a piece of box. It's just a box, rectangle box. And there was nothing in it. There was no wheels. There was nothing. It's supposed to be a box. And it's supposed to be a car. And we were looking inside, you know, through the black. There was nothing inside, absolutely nothing. And they say they're going to introduce this car in the next 1 year. I don't have anything to take out, by the way. And I told Zarid, next time I'll give him a special invite just to stand like this at the back and so scare the shit out of the organizers. Anything happens, then he's going to take out things. I can, but then, you know. Oh, you can. Okay. Yeah, so there was box, imagine. Kuch nahi hai, nothing inside. I mean, we know nowadays, the future cars will not have steering wheels, but there's nothing inside, right? So what's this going, high-speed pattern recognition? Yes, they can predict high-speed pattern recognition cars. But again, I said, they don't have the wisdom to navigate. So wisdom isn't just about reacting, it's about context, values, judgment. A Tesla can avoid collision, yes, but does it know the ethical trade-offs? Ask yourself, what about ethics? And has ethics, so tell me, Zari, you generally definitely work with AI, right? And computers and technology. Do you take any kind of help from AI to get you to the right decisions as far as ethics is concerned? Final decisions, of course, and it's what you feel is right and what you're trained to do. That thing is, I don't want to do this because it's not right. That thing technology cannot achieve yet, right? Anybody knows what this is? Come back. No Tarbuti, but anybody knows? All of you are wrong. Anybody from Mumbai? Here? Anybody from Mumbai here? No, this is Sakinaka Junction. This is Sakinaka Junction, you know, and this is how it gets in Sakinaka. And there is the naval connection inside because we have our office in Sakinaka. We've just taken up a new office in Sakinaka Junction. And this is how it gets. I want to see one of the Tesla cars in this. Probably Elon Musk is going to check me out on this. But do you really think that this kind of Tesla car will work here? Really? I mean, this is a serious question. Huh? It'll explode. Together we'll explode the auto rickshaws also. Huh? Data overload. Rickshaw overload. No, but what I'm trying to get at is, how do we understand how technology does understand the real world that we live in? I mean, since we are running a tech company, we have chatbots for most of the jobs that we do. And we have chatbots for, like most of our team members will go and ask questions. 75% of the time, ChatGPT gives you rubbish answers. Let me tell you, I've done my master's done 7 of those courses and a master course in ChatGPT prompt engineering, where I did one course which taught me how not to make it appear like it's from ChatGPT. ChatGPT will teach you also how not to write something, how not to make it appear like it's coming from ChatGPT. Because most of the time it gives you rubbish. But you can say, the kind of masala you put, the output and the input and all these things that we say. I am not sure what technology can do here. We only need humans to bypass this, right? So my next is adaptability. One was critical thinking. The next is adaptability. How do we adapt? How do we work together, right? So that is the string. That invisible string is the adaptability that we have for technology. It helps humans to stay relevant. Technology helps humans to stay relevant. Why do ship captains ask the wheel? Why do we, people who are sailors, when we are entering rough weather, the ship captain always wants you to take the wheel in hand? Why? Why doesn't it help? Why doesn't it bank on the AI or the autopilot while in rough weather? It's the same thing, because humans can predict what isn't appearable in front of you. Humans can predict the unknown, right? So these are the things. Leadership. When I wrote my first book, in fact, this was maritime industry's first book. This got launched by the IMO in India. It was called Mind Over Water. It sold 7,000 copies in 2 years. Over 122 companies, vessels, they have this book on their vessels. We have management games in this book. When I wrote this book, it was on group development and leadership, right? Imagine people standing in a bus stop or a line of ants, and we talked about the development of group. Understandably, after 5 years, I am more or less inclined to write the sequel of this book, because everything has changed in leadership. Nowadays, you have one leader in Poland who has never seen his team member and never will probably ever see face to face. He's never met. You have we have one employee working from Starbucks in London, right? And I've never met him. So I had a boss who was sitting way in Glasgow, who we only used to meet her in Zoom calls. So the whole concept of group development and leadership is absolutely changed over the years. And a lot of that has to do with technology. So in my PhD research, I had put in a paper which was talking about leadership in the digital era. How do we behave? Nowadays, if you talk about group behavior, you're talking about WhatsApp groups. So how do we acclimatize? How do we adapt to these changing circumstances of leadership and group behavior? We need these skills to be enforced in us in order to ride the next wave of technology. Leaders translate technology into culture, right? So we need to know, the next one is mastery. We need to know who's the master. Whether it's the robot, whether it's the android, whether it's you. Whether you control the machines or the machines control you. We need to have a clear guideline, right? So drones can capture images, AI can process data, but it takes a master surveyor's eyes to know whether a small crack is harmless or catastrophic. And that's where surveyors like you will never ever be replaced with technology, I think, perhaps. That judgment comes from years of lived experience and intuition, not a whim. And last is resilience, growing out of nothing. And if we are not resilient today, if we don't takes setbacks, and this is something that technology, can technology bounce? Can technology bounce back? Can technology on its own repair? Maybe yes, the new machines will repair themselves. But can it bounce back? Is it resilient to grow out of, take the data out of the circumstances and reinvent themselves? Humans can. And we need these skills to be put into the generation of tomorrow, right? This is one question I ask a lot of leaders, presidents of companies, vice presidents, chairmen, chairpersons. When I take courses and workshops, I ask them, I'll put this to you. How many of you think, can a team function without a leader? Please. Across the room, please. Can a team function, sir? Sir? Ma'am? No. Sir? Sir, can a team function without a leader? How many of, can a team function without a leader? Yes? Why do you think a team can function without a leader? I mean, this is not a training session, I'm just asking you. So he says, sir, can a team function without a leader? How can a team function? So see, you're divided. Somebody's saying yes, somebody's saying no. Somebody's saying like this. I don't know what this means. So, ma'am, no, right? Now I'll rephrase this question. I'll ask you one more question. Imagine the Indian cricket team, right? Can they play without a captain? Can they play without a captain? No. I want a yes or no answer. You don't try to explain now. Can they play without a captain? So if a India team can play without a captain, why can't a team function without a leader? Because the question is wrong. The question should be that, of course, a team can function without a leader. Tell me one thing, if there is no chief engineer, will not the engine run? If no captain, will not the ship be taken from point A to point B? Yes. Question should be, how effective would a team be without a leader? Leadership is this important, that how effective, it's not a question whether the team can run. Of course the team can run without a leader. How effective will a team be without a leader? And then we are unanimously deciding that the team can never be so effective as to have a good leader, and better leader and the best leader. Right? So this is where humanizing technology comes in. You know, technology steers the course. Humans give it meaning. Humans create perspective. Humans create relevance. Humans bind. Humans make technology smarter, and humans are our leaders, right? I was coming, and this is taken yesterday at the airport, in Mumbai airport, while I was boarding the flight, right? And this particular machine is called Peppermint Robotics, okay? And it goes like this. It's just on its own, okay? It's just going and cleaning. The problem is, and it's very interesting, you know, I just had to show this in today. The problem is there was a bunch of kids who was coming in front. And then this machine stopping. And then again a bunch of kids coming in front, like this. Ab kya hoga? And then it was taking a U-turn. So afterwards I found this was only taking a U-turn like this, you know. Because those kids were playing with it. They were coming, and then sensors were picking up, and then stops. It stops like 2 meters ahead of somebody, you know. But imagine, just after this, I took this video. I took another video. And this video, can you play this video, please? I saw this lady going with the brush and the cleanup. I saw this lady. So even when we use the world's smartest machines, we will still need humans. We will still need those people to go inside those crevices, to go inside those places where the machines can't go, to look into those things that the machines can't look into, to bring in that honesty which machines can't, to be that gentle which machines cannot, to be that humble that machines cannot, to be that intelligence that machines cannot, and to bring in that wisdom that machines can never bring. We need humans to work together with the machines, not the other way around, right? So I come back, we are building smarter ships, we are building smarter tools, we are building extraordinary tools, we are building smarter systems. Are we forgetting to invest on the very people that's going to control the machines, right? Technology evolves by the second. This is something I wrote today in the morning. Technology evolves by the second. Standards are written in ink, but wisdom, judgment, and mastery are forged in experience. If we don't invest in building smarter people, the future we build will one day fail us, right? So our mission is to build value for the future, and I will keep on talking till doomsday to make people smarter and build value for the future so that we can work hand in hand with technology, give the world a glamorous future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Shaukat Mukherjee. That was truly an enriching session. So by now, I think everyone knows the drill. We will be going through the quiz again. Okay, we have Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Bhaskar Rivekar. Mr. Lawrence, please. And I would like to call upon Captain Shaukat Mukherjee to present the prize to Mr. Lawrence. And Mr. Bhaskar Rivekar. A round of applause for the winners again. Now I would like to call upon Captain Ruchin Dayal to continue with the next session.
So this session actually involves 9 people who will be representing 9 different parts of a maritime adventure. I want to take you back to 2017 when a ship called the Bulk Jupiter loaded nickel ore in Indonesia with 18 on board and then was lost en route to China. All 18 lives were lost. So we are going to rebuild on that case, and then I want you, the audience, to really ask the relevant questions, because to lose 18 people, I mean, forget about the 38 million loss, 28 million loss, but how do we get even one life back, right? So can I first call upon Ruben, who will be the shipper? Can I have Ruben, please? Yeah. My good friend Bhaskar is coming up. He will be representing the charterer or the trading company, the guy who has actually chartered the ship and bought the cargo. Captain Talyar Khan, he is the ship owner. Captain Yan. So while he was lost at sea, but he is back here to actually defend his case. So we want the shipper's appointed surveyor, Captain Lalit. Could we have Clive? Yeah, Zarir. Hull, yeah. Please come. You're representing Hull and Machinery. And my good friend Manish Dikshit, he's representing the technical managers. Brian, you're representing the owner survey. Please come. All right. So starting with Ruben, can you just explain Ruben's company, big company in Indonesia? Ruben, can you tell them what you do?
Yes. Yeah, so we are the shippers from Indonesia. We've been transporting nickel for a very long time now. And we've been loaded a lot of ships from this port. And we've been following the guidelines as per the IMSBC code. We have given all the certifications, the moisture content, the transportable, and all the relevant documents were given to the master. Master was given the opportunity to verify the cargo before loading. And after all that was done, master signed the BL and said, okay, he's ready to load the cargo. And he commenced loading the cargo, and our obligations were held in a positive way from there.
All right. Okay. Point noted that you all carried out all the precautions or paperwork. Please sit down. As required by the IMSBC code. But at the end of the day, we have lost 18 lives, and we still need to debate upon why that happened. So, in any case, let's go to the next. Bhaskar, can you tell us who you are and what are you doing?
I'm a charter trading company, Eastern Commodities Limited, Singapore, and we have purchased this nickel ore FOB from the shipper, and ownership passes from us to cargo once we cross the ship's rail. Now $18 million of worth cargo is lost now. So I'm at a loss and I'm going to sue the ship owner for the compensation.
Okay, so just to reiterate what Bhaskar is saying, that he buys the cargo FOB, that is free on board, and by free on board terms, assuming it was loaded on the jetty or barges, when the cargo crosses the ship's rail, it becomes the responsibility shifts from the shipper to the ship owner or the master, right? So Bhaskar is clear in his reasoning. I mean, he is the aggrieved party. 18 million was the cost of this cargo. My guru, Captain Talyar Khan.
Hi, I'm slotted to be the ship owner, Captain Jahangir Tayyar Khan. And this is a very interesting case in the sense that I would like to have a thorough investigation, starting from the technical manager, the hull and underwriter surveyor, the shippers, especially considering the loss of life that we have incurred. I mean, I can understand the cargo shifting or the ship sinking or whatever could have happened. But how did we compromise on safety that the whole ship had to sink with the whole staff?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Captain Ian, he used to be the master of the ship. He is in heaven now. God bless his soul. But he is here now to defend his case. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the cargo as the master was accepted by me based on the shipper's declaration which was presented, which gave the moisture content and the TML. Along with it was the owner's P&I surveyor, which was SGS, very well reputed company. And both the TMLs and moisture content was verified by me prior commencement of loading. Now, this is the only evidence I had at that time. And I had to just believe the two reports which were in front of me. And when I compared, both the values seemed to be within limits and were acceptable. So based on this, I had to rely on the documents in front of me and I permitted the loading to start. Based on CAN tests which we did during the loading and other physical tests which were done with due diligence by my crew, we found nothing wrong with the cargo during the loading, except that there was rain, and within that period of time, we always closed the hatches. We had no idea and no way of really inspecting the cargo stockpile of the shipper. And we believed that proper checks were being done at the stockpile to verify the change in moisture content. This was not able to be verified by us on board, and we only had the CAN test, which was passing, but it was borderline. But the CAN test was passing, and on that basis only, we continued to load. And unfortunately, there was, after we sailed out, we had a composite result provided by our owner's representative surveyor that the cargo in all the hatches was safe and below the TML. On that basis, we sailed out, but unfortunately, we had some rough weather and we really don't know what happened, but the vessel went down.
Thank you, Captain Ian. It's all very well and good that, all the precautions were taken and, but something has gone wrong somewhere. I mean, you're dead and gone to heaven now. So something definitely is wrong. Let me go on to Captain Lalit, who was the shipper's surveyor. He was the man in charge. Captain Lalit, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Captain Lalit. I am appointed by the shipper as Indoset Surveyors Company representing. So as a surveyor, And based upon our responsibility, we inspected the stockpiles and issued the moisture content and transportable moisture limit certificates. Our liability is limited to our contractual terms, and also our professional indemnity insurance is there. Our defense is here is like we could inspect what was being presented to us, and if after our inspection, if there is subsequent rain that could alter the moisture content, and during the transportations, if any other things could have absorbed by the cargo, so these were all not in our purview. So ultimately, it's the shipper and the master to bear the responsibility, because master can always do a can test before loading the cargo. And if he finds suspicions, he could always ask for a retest and present the MC and TML certificates from the shipper, what would could have been already presented by the shipper as within the acceptable limits. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Captain Lalit. We also had an owner's surveyor in attendance, isn't it? So the owner's surveyor is represented by Brian. Brian, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Captain Brian, and we were the owner's surveyor for this, representing Marine Check PT. So basically, we carried out the stockpile sampling and also the testing. And then during the loading, we carried out the can test along with the ship's crew. And we were in the advisory role. So basically, we always advise the ship's crew and the ship's master whether the cargo is safe for loading. So our whole role is that we are in an advisory capacity to the master, and that's how we assisted the ship.
Okay, thank you, Brian. So this is a debatable point. I mean, why do people appoint us, and then at the end of the day we are not liable for any legal recourse, or rather legal blame if there is no liability attached to us? Why appoint us at all? So we'll come back to that. We go ahead and say that which was the club? The owners P&I club was, of course, the standard, and Clive is representing the owners P&I club.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Captain Clive Colasso. We are the P&I club representatives for Standard Club London. And we will be covering the ship's owner's liability, third-party liability. So initially we paid for the charter's claim for the lost cargo. What's the potential liability? None. We indemnify and then subrogate against the shipper for breach of the IMSBC duty. We may also target the surveyors and the technical managers if negligence is evident. But the main case here is that the cargo was unsafe, and it's their job to determine what was the root cause of it. So that's the way we go about things.
Yeah, thank you, Clive. I think we all understand that very few surveyors in India have got professional indemnity insurance, and that is what you're limited to. Your claim is going to be if the standard actually followed up by claiming liability from the surveyors. Majority of the people in India don't have PI, and even if they do have, then it's limited to 1 crore or something in that region. So really you're limited. And what else can you do? You may get a bad reputation, you may be the end of your career, but at the end of the day the club doesn't get its money back, right? So we come to the hull and machinery insurer, Zarir.
Yeah, I am Lloyd Syndicate 445, who has insured the hull for 10 million. As a hull insurer, I have a duty to pay up the claim and put the owners, asset owners, back in a position as they were before the disaster. So my liability is to pay up 10 million as the total loss claim, which was my policy note. However, to keep my business afloat as an underwriter, I need to claim that money back from somebody. So I have subrogation rights. If I pay up the claim, I will be getting in exchange the liberty to go after whoever I think I can claim that amount from. And potentially, I have my primary argument being that the loss was not due to inherent defects. The vessel was negligent before commencement of the voyage, maybe stress that the cargo was wrongly declared as safe by the shipper charterer, even though subsequent international IMBC code amendments recognize the cargo to be prone to liquefaction. My recovery is from shippers, charterers, or if I can prove the surveyors have been negligent in declaring the moisture content of the cargo before loading, I can go after them. But I will be very wary of going after the people who don't have deep pockets. Probably surveyors are my last preference. Ruchin just said half of them probably in Indonesia might not have a cover. So I will be telling my lawyers to go after people who have deeper pockets. This is how the game is played. So that's my role, and I have to protect the insurer's interest and get that 10 million back from any man, his dog, or his neighbor that I can lay my hands on. And most of the time, the most powerful law firms are stumbling upon our feet to get business, because they know that we always need them to recover money under the subrogation rights that we have. So that's my role as Lloyd Syndicate underwriter for Hull.
Thank you, Zarir. And there are going to be questions raised about what actually happened on board. And who else do we, because the master is not there, although we have Captain here, but we have the representative from the managers, and Captain Dikshit is representing the technical managers of the ship. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi. This is the technical manager for this vessel, which unfortunately had an unfortunate incident of sinking. And I can assure you that, first of all, thank you, Captain Telyar Khan, our owners who given us a business of the ship management and having a valid shipment agreement contract signed between us. So thank you for that business. And unfortunately, we lost the business. But I can assure you, as a ship manager, that we had a team of very, very competent people. I can assure our master was highly competent. He was a member of CMI, and he has been thoroughly trained in the eDOT solution lab to how to witness the cargo sampling. So I can assure you, he has all certification and he's all qualification done before he was placed on board. So I can assure you the vessel was fully manned and equipped and so-called seaworthy when she sailed out from the load port, number one. Number two, the information which has been shared with us by master about the departure stability condition allows the vessel was well within the permissible limit in relation to the stability. And the cargo document what we have received from the master upon departure, it shows all in order. So we thoroughly suspect the cause, the root cause of this incident has to be done something wrong with the credibility and with the cargo information which has been shared with the master in terms of the shipper's declaration. Something is wrong. Though the moisture content, flow, TML, the flow moisture limit, all seems to be all right. But still, the vessel has met this disaster. So something has gone wrong with the cargo condition. We doubt the cargo condition is not in accordance with what has been loaded. And also, I can assure you the vessel has loaded the cargo as per the charter party, BIMCO, IMBC clause to prevent it from the liquefaction of the cargo. And the cargo has been loaded to master satisfaction, and crew has exercised all due diligence. So we suspect the quality has been compromised at the time of loading.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Captain Dikshit. I will now ask few sample questions to them, but the idea is so that you understand what questions you have of your own, and then we will throw the floor open to all of you. and we'll see who is asking the most grilling questions. I want to ask the ship owner that you appointed your own surveyor. That clearly means that you doubted the shipper's certificates.
Absolutely. I mean, considering the gravity of the accident, there are a lot of questions, despite what my technical manager says. Your TML specifications, etc., may be within limits, but what we have to examine is what was the weather like, after she sailed? How was the cargo loaded in a proper fashion, in the sense that, when you load the cargo, was it evened out in the hold? Or was it given a chance to shift while she was in rough weather? Number two. Number three is to check whether the technical managers or the staff had verified that all the holes were indeed loaded, and verified that the cargo was evenly loaded and not just in a pile, which gives rise to shifting the car during rough weather and rolling. Number four is also to check with the last inspection survey done on the safety construction, whether the holes showed any signs of leakages, and whether the vessel experienced monsoon or rain or any wet weather by which there was an ingress of water into the holes. So all these questions need to be well examined and investigated.
Yep, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. But uh, hearing your point of view is that you are leaning towards actually giving the shippers a clean chit, and you want to rather focus on the way the ship was operated by your managers. Is that correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not giving the shippers a clean sheet, not at all. But I mean, we have to go with academic documentation which is submitted. So if they have submitted the document to say that they have examined the TML, and the ship staff has verified that the TML was within limits, I don't know how much further the survey. I mean, after that, it's up to the surveyor to make the report and see what is the liability of the shipper.
All right, accepted, sir. A simple question for the shipper. You say that you had your cargo tested by surveyors, and unfortunately, they test the cargo like it's sampled. And it may have been sampled a week before, 5 days before, 10 days before. It was a monsoon season. What precautions did you take to make sure that the cargo is covered after the test certificate was issued?
So what we do is we cover the cargo before shipment, after the testing is done. So we take different samples at different locations in the stockpile and give it to SGS for testing the moisture content and the transportable moisture limits. And once that is done, so we prepare ourselves with covers so that there's no additional moisture increase in the cargo to keep that within limits. And when it is before shipping, if the master has any doubt that it is on the borderline or something, they have that chance to do additional testing through their sources.
All right. Okay. This is your point of view. Everybody has their own. For charterers, for instance, you say that the responsibility is yours. You acknowledge that once it crosses the ship's rail, it is the owner's responsibility. But who is supplying the cargo? You have bought the cargo. So how come you sort of absolve yourself of any responsibility? What precautions did you take to ensure that the cargo was safe? It's your cargo.
Yes, it was my cargo, but I did not certify or transport the cargo. I am the aggravated party. I lost 8 million worth of goods, I mean cargo, and bill of lading is signed by the master confirming cargo was loaded in apparent good order. That was an condition. So my defense is that ship owner is liable under bill of lading contract, and we will demand compensation from the ship owner. because master has already confirmed cargo was loaded in good order and condition, and he's also signed a bill of lading.
All right. So I have asked a few questions. We have people who say everybody has carried out their due diligence. We have two surveyors in attendance. We have the club. I am tempted to ask Clive that before the club appointed surveyors, what kind of due diligence did you take to ensure that the surveyors appointed, where we have heard about ethics from Zarir and fair practices and ethics from Shaukat. What precautions did you take, Clive?
Yes, usually the surveyors that are appointed by clubs, they're always on the panel of the PN clubs. And in India, they are regulated by the IRDAI. So all the surveyors, they are well versed with the types of cargoes, and they are certified. There's about 5 levels to which type of cargoes and for what they are appropriately trained for. So these surveyors, only these appropriate surveyors are sent out for the survey of this sampling of cargoes. They're well versed how the sampling is taking place and the lab tests to check the TML, moisture content and everything. So that's the way the clubs appoint surveyors who are very experienced in this cargoes.
All right, point noted. Another small, very quick question to Zarir. So, do you really agree that unsafe cargo is the sole cause, or shipboard management may have also played a part?
Being the claim manager of this Holland Machinery underwriter and a part-time politician mindset, self-confessed politician, the answer is definitely yes. And I will make a phone call to the most powerful lawyer in London who's on my panel and say that you have received the nomination the next minute after I get social media feed on saying my hull that I have underwritten under the syndicate has sunk. And also the local surveyors, I will get the most reputed surveyor and send him a nomination. So I am conflicting them out to represent any other party. And I know the reputation of a lawyer and a reputation of a surveyor is a tipping point for getting my hull claim or blaming the others. From that starting point, I will believe in myself of getting the other party as guilty as I can to stand a good chance to get my recovery under the subrogation rights that I have. So that is going to be my first line of defense of securing my most reputed arm guards around me, so that I will be in a good position in the litigation that I'm anticipating, knowing that's a $10 million definite sign off that I have to.
Yeah, thank you, Zarir. So I'm going to throw this open to the audience. Now understand, there are two different philosophies playing out here. 18 souls are gone. So one is a good sort of a moral sort of judgment, let's try and find a way what happened and, it shouldn't happen again and all that kind of thing. But there is a commercial settlement to be made. How do you do that? Other than being sad and being morose and being good to the families of those poor souls, there is still a job to be done, right? So each one of you is now has to make a decision as to whose fault is this, right? So I'm going to send the mics out. Please just raise your hand and take the mic and ask your questions, and let's see where we go with it, right?
Why did the master or the owner's representative decide not to do another additional sample since it was raining, maybe after loading started, and since it was on the borderline? Why didn't they err on the side of caution and do another sample?
All right, the owner's surveyor and the shipper's surveyor. Brian and Captain Lalit, anyone can answer.
So this question pertains to the owner surveyor, because it clearly asks why the survey was not conducted when it is known that it was raining during loading, correct?
Yeah.
So I think Brain can answer this.
Yes, so as the owner surveyor, we contacted the shipper, and the shipper showed us a stockpile. And for that stockpile, we carried out the sampling of the shipper stockpile. And after that, we subsequently carried out the testing. And that stockpile was found to be safe. No, even after loading, the shipper showed us a stockpile. And with that stockpile, we carried out the sampling, and that sampling was supposed to be found to be safe.
Thank you, Brian. So it's a monsoon season, and Captain Yan will question. I think you can ask your questions to them if you like.
I'll just add to what our surveyor said, that of course what you pointed correctly, it was raining. So as a due diligence, our master and crew has carried out the several can test during the course of loading, and it shows cargo was behaving well, and there was no risk, immediate risk was existing that time. So it was assumed the cargo was fit to load. Yeah, thank you.
Captain Yan?
Yeah. So as a master, the only there's no scientific way of checking for me on board. I only have the can test to verify the moisture content. And it is the duty of the shipper to provide the vessel with sound cargo. And it is the duty of the attending surveyors to ensure that if the rain was heavy, that a lab test was conducted and just not relying on the can test, because can test just provides a guideline. And I think no scientific proof was provided to the vessel to clarify that the TML was, the moisture content was below the TML.
All right, thank you. Some of you had quite correctly pointed out that in 2017, it was bauxite that was loaded, not really nickel ore. It was actually in category C at that time. But what it doesn't specify is that the size of the cargo is to be taken into consideration, right? So the size of the cargo was so much below the size mentioned in the IMSBC code, that the owners took the initiative to appoint their own surveyor. But the fact that the owners loaded and the master signed was that they were depending, because they clearly thought that the shipper surveyor's reports were not dependable. So they were actually loading and accepting cargo based on their surveyor's report, which is clearly against the practices as put down by the IMSBC code. So gentlemen, this is where it stands now. Lolly, I'm sure you want to ask a question.
Was the cargo being transported by barges? This is my question actually. Or it was a direct delivery from a shore or through barges, via barges?
So I will answer that. This was by trucks, and the cargo had been accumulated into the port plot. So that is how the loading was carried out.
Regarding this, I say not barges, and it is okay. But even stockpiles, when they're on the jetty, there's not very much care taken during the before it is loaded on a ship. I've seen it happening a lot of times, where, with due respect to the master, he's not here as you said, but we have to be very, very careful. And I have gone through an incident like this, where my cargo did shift, loading INO fines. Anyway, that's a different question. But it was a lot of mistakes also on part of the ship. I was a master there. I'm not going to say names and blame people, but when you tell somebody, do not load this cargo, I'm looking at it, and you go to sleep, you're supposed to sleep at some time, and they load it. And once it's on board, as says, over the rail, FOB, your responsibility, nobody's going to take it out again.
Yeah. Thanks, Lolly. Any other questions? No questions.
Can I continue?
Yes, please. Each of you can
as little bit off track, but as a surveyor myself and having cargoes and done testing, once a surveyor does a sampling at the stockpile and the cargo loading starts, I very rarely does the shipper even provide access to a surveyor to sample his stockpile. So when you do the sampling, They show you a stockpile, but you have no idea whether the cargo being loaded on your vessel is actually from that stockpile or it is from some other stockpile.
This is the ground reality actually. This is what happens, especially when barges are being used to transport cargo. You just don't know from which stockpile the barge has come. Zarir has got something, please.
I have a question. I will be asking my surveyor to find out who was the custodian of the cargo while it was in the port plot. And also, I will ask my surveyor through my lawyer to check whether the vessel was in a condition of seaworthiness after it was loaded and what the kind of rainfall in millimeters it has received, whether the cargo was covered, any evidence is seen through CCTV cameras in the port. I will try and avail those evidence, or I'll ask them to take evidence, because I will want my surveyor to gather evidence towards getting that claim basis on this this evidence. So my surveyor will have a lot cut out indirectly to defend this claim, although on paper he's an independent, so he's supposed to do it, but my questions will be directed towards him as a hull underwriter.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest fish over here is the shipper, really. So everybody is going to go after him, either by subrogation or where, I mean, and the people who rarely get legally charged are going to be the surveyors, because they've got so many conditions behind their certificate and every report that they publish, that it's very, very rare that they can be actually legally tried for some loss which took place of this sort. I'll leave it at this, but then of course we have the Slido quiz after lunch. So then we will come to know as to what people think and who is going to come out tops on that. But thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And let's all go for lunch. Thank you. Give a big hand to our panelists.
So let's find out who our winners are. All right, Mr. Darius Aga, it is again, and Mr. Shahid Bashir. I would like to call upon Mr. Mike Schwartz to present the prizes to Mr. Darius Aga and Shahid Bashir. Can you please come forward? A round of applause for our winners. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. I would like to call Captain Ruchin Dayal.
All right, next is a very structured panel where we discuss something very close to my heart personally. It's about respect and dignity of surveyors. And then, of course, what's going to happen when so many new technologies, including green fuels, lithium batteries, etc., they all come into play. How are we going to get enough people to be qualified and competent to really attend to these challenges? Right. So I must confess that some of the people I had invited from DG Shipping and couple of ship owners haven't really made it. But let's, try and make good with what we have. And the people who are replacing them perhaps are more qualified and they have the flair. So I would first like to call upon, right, may I have Captain Zarir, please, because he is our ship owner. And I think after hearing him speak, I don't think it will be long before he starts owning ships. Come, Zarir, please. We have the PNI Club correspondent, Clive. He is a PNI Club correspondent. We have, I think, one of the finest trainers, if I could use the word, in the world. Shaukat Mukherjee, please, can you come up? And if there was anyone who was more inclined towards legislation and competency standards, it is my good friend Manish Dikshit. He will be representing the DG Shipping. And we have a young Darius Aga who will be representing all of the commercial ship surveyors in India. And I would like to call upon the man who has been doing whatever he can to look at competency, standards, respect, and dignity for surveyors worldwide. Mike, can you please come up? Thank you. Surveyors are often seen as men and women with clipboards, tape measures, and draft sticks. Owners grumble that surveys are a waste of time, actually, and so much of money. Regulators and class get respect because their surveys are enshrined in SOLAS and are mandatory. But let me ask you, how many lives have been saved by a draft survey that caught a dangerous overloading? How many lives have been spared because a cargo sampler raised the red flag on unsafe moisture content? These may not be glamorous roles, but they sit at the sharp end of maritime safety. The truth is, surveyors save lives quietly, daily, and most of the times without any recognition. Now, in India especially, we see a divide. DG shipping surveyors and class surveyors are well respected. They are in a great position. They are holding good posts, and they followed a structure. They follow a structured manual. Like DG shipping had a manual in 2013. It was reinforced last year. It's called the Ship Surveyors Manual, and everything is listed down properly. But where commercial ship surveyors are concerned, the cargo samplers, damage inspectors, draft surveyors, they are often treated as a CP necessity, just a expense, a tick in the box. But yet, when the worst happens, a capsizing, a fire, a cargo liquefaction, these are the surveyors whose work would have been the difference between life and death. So, why is their role undermined? Why is there no legal framework for their qualification and competency? Why should it take an institution like IIMS to even start speaking of minimum standards? For owners, surveyors, mandatory and commercial are often seen as a pain. They are never practical, always slowing down operations, costing money. But the irony is that it is these very surveys that stand between compliance and catastrophe, between a clean claim and a bankruptcy, between 20 lives lost and 20 families still whole. Owners may dismiss them as impractical, but they are our safety net. So I want to start with the ship owner, Captain Zarir. Owners often see surveys as impractical and costly. So are they just a regulatory burden, or do you acknowledge their hidden value? And you have to speak as a ship owner, Zarir.
Do you know how much it takes to run my ship? Do you know how much I have to incur as a loss? The charterer wants a discount on the freight to hire my vessel. The agent wants to appoint his own surveyor. And eventually, it is all OPEX. So I don't want to pay more for a surveyor. I just want the L1, the guy who's out there closest to the port, the guy who will write a report that I like to see as a conclusion. And of course, every now and then, whenever there is a claim, shows me the report before he shows it to anybody else, whoever nominates him. So that's my stand. And that's why I came the way I did, with a limp indicating that I don't have two legs to stand on and probably something else that I'm standing on. And that was in my mind. So that is me as a ship owner. Don't hold me against me. I am the absolute opposite, but this is me playing a role.
Absolutely. And friends, this is what ship owning is all about today. Sadly so. But this is the way most of the surveys, and unless they're very, very critical, this is the way the surveyors are sent on board. And quite frankly, the shipowner whom I had contacted, and he was to be the part of this panel, he had exactly the same views. He said, what a bloody pain in the ass. Because his crew, who doesn't even understand English, they are better qualified. I said, how? They said, because they send me photos of the tanks and everything, and we make the report in the office. I mean, that is it, because you can pay somebody much, 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 much lesser than what you would have to pay somebody more qualified. Well, you're doing it. He's sitting at home and doing his own. He's a owner of mini bulk carriers, 6 mini bulk carriers. Well, we go to Clive next. And Clive, when your club pays when things go wrong, should clubs demand that all surveyors they rely on hold a recognized competency certificate?
Well, clubs have been dealing with a lot of surveyors. We keep appointing a lot of surveyors all around the place. When we decide the surveyors we want to go ahead with for a certain club, we know that these surveyors know that port very well. They know the ship. They know the type of thing that they're dealing with. They're well experienced, knowledgeable, and it's not only investigating the thing, but it's getting the pinpoint report finally and efficiently, because everyone wants things fast. You can't be doing a survey now and then waiting for a month or so or a week or so extra to prepare your final report and submit. because these reports are fallen back again in future for cargo claims or legal matters that, so it has to be precise. You can't be doing it again and again or amending it or sending a draft copy the way we discussed earlier. So there's no draft copies. When a surveyor does an investigation or checks on anything or does his survey, he's got enough experience behind him to attend to that certain issue at hand and prepare the report efficiently, correctly, with no errors, room for errors. And that's how the clubs and including the owners at times insist on this certain surveyors. That's the way they go about it.
All right, thank you. Well, that is one perspective, that experience. If the surveyor has experience, he knows the port. Why need anything else? That's what you want, right? Okay. DG Shipping, like I said, is being represented by Dixie, who's in deep thought. So, Captain Dixit, you work under a statutory manual. Should commercial surveyors also be brought under DG Shipping's competency framework? What is your opinion?
So far as we know, that even in the Merchant Shipping Act also, we all talk about the safety of life, safety of cargo, safety of asset. So as a directorate, I think the government normally would like to see there is no non-compliance happening, no deviation happening with the current regulation or legislation under the SOLAS Convention, MARPOL, MLC, etc. As long as those are in compliance, so I think the directorate is quite happy as long as the ship owner is happy with the compliance, and they are not approaching the directorate with any kind of complaint. So I think we are all right with that ongoing business. Yeah.
All
So,
right.
so commercial interest, of course, DG Shipping, I don't think the commercial interest is the priority in the DG Shipping's books. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a perspective. DG Shipping is a Government of India organization, and I completely follow that. If suddenly DG Shipping had to impose certain competency or a qualification for marine surveyors, I mean, let's face it, 90% of the surveyors would be out of a job.
True.
Then what happens? So yeah, thank you, Dixie. I want to go to Darius, who's representing the marine surveyors all over India, qualified, not qualified, experienced, not experienced. And I want to ask you, when you're in the trenches, draft marks, cargo samples, damage reports, why do you feel undermined despite carrying so much of responsibility that is directly linked to lives? Why don't you feel dignified, respected, well paid? I want to know your views. Representing all of the surveyors, including me.
No pressure. So yeah, you can feel as dignified only as someone makes you feel. So it depends on your, as in how you are, what the job entails. If you are just a tally clerk, there has to be a difference between a tally clerk and a chief engineer or a master. So, and then firstly, when you get a query from a client, they'll say, can you do X, Y, Z work, but we will pay you only this much. So it comes down to that. And on the other hand, you give your opinion, your professional opinion, which you've developed over sometimes decades. But they say, no, sorry, we don't want that. You write this in your report. So of course we have to go some people will change it for them, but the more professional people say, no, sorry, I cannot justify that. This is my opinion. If you want me to change it, I have to have proof. I have to have a satisfactory answer, because at the end of the day, it's my opinion. I am signing on the bottom line. So if something goes wrong, it comes back on me. At least that's how I think. So you need to have that respect from the client. Okay, he knows what he's talking about. I've hired him for a reason. I'm paying him, so maybe I should listen to him also.
Yeah, so primarily there is still a little bit of disconnect between where few of the surveyors, they sort of demand, or rather they command that kind of recognition, where the vast majority actually are going in as, you know, the L1 surveyors, like how Zarir put it. I want to go to Shaukat Mukherjee. And in regard to training, we are talking of qualification and competency. We don't have any specific training. And while Mike will speak about it, but I want to hear your views. And you train, people all over the world. Us seafarers are trained and we answer competency exams. Why, why should surveyors who affect safety of life at sea not be held to similar standards?
Ruchin, thank you. This mic has come to me after everybody has spoken. This shows the value of trainers, Trainers get the last say. And when everybody else has spoken, and then the mic comes and then says, what do you feel? And then the whole job is already done. And only after me, the CEO gets to speak. And the CEO handles the budgets. So ultimately, trainers don't get the budget. So, I was following the discussion, and I am with Zarir on this. If he's the ship owner, and you came with a limp, right? So ship owners have two kinds of teeth. One is to show and the one is to bite. So believe me, when he comes with a limp, those are not the actual legs. He has all the other legs which he doesn't show. Ultimately, it's always the ship owners who pays for everything. In shipping economics, I've learned, no matter what happens, the ship owner pays for everything. So, I've grown up in a company called Volumes. When I was growing up, Volumes was a big brand name. I used to go out in the streets and people used to almost come and get autographs. You're a Volume cadet. And I don't want to even comment on what it is now. But what I'm saying is, when we were cadets, we learned one thing. And if you think safety is expensive, then try an accident. And I want to go back to the ship owner asking, if you don't want to invest for commercial reasons, are you willing to take the risk for an accident, which will take, just hold on, which will take 25 times more cash out of your pocket? This is one thing. Secondly is, trainers don't get the kind of impetus. So there are, in corporate language, there are two centers. One is the cost center, one is the profit center. Unfortunately, in our maritime, we have found, Ruchin, training has always been a cost center. And it's believed so, right? And it shouldn't be. It should be a profit center, because once you train cadets, you train officers, they'll go back on your ship and they'll save money which you can't see. If you save one incident out at sea, you will save millions of dollars. Unfortunately, that's not quantifiable. And that's why I have had meetings in which they have taken out hydrogen ships, they're running hydrogen ships, the manufacturers, and there is nobody to train people who will run hydrogen ships. So the government is asking those, why don't you train the people? Because you have manufactured the hydrogen ships. And these people are saying, we are manufacturers, we are not trainers. So now you tell me who will train. So ultimately, the bottom line is there's a huge gap. So training has to have the impetus of working together. And the first part is train the trainers. Because if you don't train the trainers, they can't train people for future skills. So ultimately, there are shadow areas which nobody looks. Unfortunately, we are all talking about high quality seafarers. But again, if you don't train them for the future ships, but how will you train them for the future ships if you don't train the trainers first? So there's a dichotomy, Ruchin, and we need to come together, ship owners, CEOs, fund managers, investment bankers, surveyors, everybody needs to come down and say, guys, we need to train this person because he's going to run your future ships. So where is this happening?
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Shaukat.
I'll answer this.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you the question after Mike to counter him. Mike, sorry for coming to you last, but IIMS has long talked of raising surveyor standards. Is it time for a base level global competency certificate, even for commercial surveyors?
The simple answer is absolutely yes. And I've been working with my colleagues for a number of years on something called the Marine Surveying Practitioner Scheme, MSP for short. And what that does, and it isn't really aimed at IIMS members, it's really saying to the wider population of marine surveyors, many of whom will never be a member of anything. They go out and they do their work, and it's really about saying, come and let us, it's not an IIMS product even, we'd run it through our Marine Surveying Academy. Come to us, let us accredit you for your specializations, and we're back to specializations again. Not going to let you have 25 specializations. We'll let you have up to 5. If you want more, you can pay more, but we're going to objectively look at that. So we're currently in the process of just starting to kick that off again. I went to all of the P&I clubs And I said to them, how would you feel if we launched this scheme? And I know they have their preferred surveyors on their panels. I understand all of that. But I was talking to someone who I won't name, loss prevention director, who said there was a prang, I think it was in the South China Sea, involving a gas tanker. So he said, I engaged a couple of surveyors who we knew, and I said, you understand gas tankers? Oh yes, we do a lot of work on gas tankers. He said the report came back and it was clear he hadn't got a clue what a gas tanker was. So he thought he knew where his specialization lay, and it's again about working outside your area of competency. He shouldn't have taken that job. So I would like to see a worldwide global directory, and this is not going to be in my time here, but I can start the process. So this could take 20 years to do, where you can go on and you can look for a gas tanker specialist, and you can find that, and you know if you go and employ that person, that you would absolutely then get somebody who understands how a gas tanker works, and they can write a report on it that's comprehensive. So it's a bold initiative, but I don't see, certainly in the UK, there's no government, I don't know how to call it really, there's no government initiative, there's no government desire to try and put a formal framework in place. I don't understand it. I've given up trying. You know, I can knock on the MCA's door until I'm blue in the face. So if they won't do it, I think it's time for us to have a go and see where we go.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. I want to come back to Zarir. Zarir is a ship owner, and with your limp, I mean, you control the budgets. Very tough man. And say Clive comes to you, and you need to approve a surveyor. You need to appoint a surveyor for loading iron ore. I want to hear both your views, actually. P&I pays the claim, owners pay the surveyors, right? Should P&I dictate surveyor standards even if owners resist? What happens then? Zarir?
Look, I'll speak as an honest owner. My claim record dictates what kind of charterers I will eventually get and what kind of ship hire I can demand from the market. So I am with my P&I club on this answer to appoint the most competent surveyor, most trained surveyor, pay him well or her well to get an independent report which speaks about my integrity, because I am an honest ship owner who likes to run his vessels in good shape. So it is in my interest that my P&I club gets the best for me, because I know I stand on the positive side of the fence. Yes, accidents still may occur, but I will be having a clean image in the market. As a result, I'll be respected. Now flip the coin and go back to the limping ship owner who came in. Arey, my broker, you know how powerful he is. He will put his hand in your pocket and take the money out, even if the surveyor doesn't put the report. He is insuring 26 of my vessels, and all 26 are with your P&I club. How is it possible for you to deny my claim? There is no chance. So I don't care how trained the surveyor is or how much money he wants. I want that surveyor to write a report which will be in my favor. Otherwise, you as a P&I club is going to lose all the business, because the broker will do exactly what I tell him to do, because he gets the brokerage out of placing those 26 covers. That's my stand, being the limping ship owner. And my Shaukat Bandhu, last time I trained 6 people, 5 of them have left me. They go on to my competitor. Kya training budget, what are you talking, Baba? All those 5 people I paid you to train them are all gone. Why should I train the other 6 now? So my training budget is cancelled. Okay, sir? Thank you.
Clive, what do you have to say to that?
Well, it's a good initiative to have all trained surveyors specialized in their field and all. PNI clubs, it's always in their interest to protect the owner's interests, always. And as far as appointing surveyors is concerned, if the matter is to be escalated where they need expertise advice, they will involve companies like Brooksbell, who are experts in the certain cargoes. So they do their best to protect the owner's interests or the members, whoever they're protecting or being representing. So that being said, owners' interests are always being looked after.
Absolutely. So when you do suggest that, you want to appoint a certain surveyor, and owners come back and say, look, charterers have suggested some other ones who are much cheaper, what do you do at that time? It's a commercial decision between charterers and owners, and Zari's brokers, right? Powerful lot. Then what do you do? I mean, we have all been in these situations so many times.
See, it's in the end the surveyor's decisions also. To what level are you going to drop? At times, surveyors say, no, we can't work below that cost. This is our limit. Beyond that, you find somebody else otherwise. You have to put your foot down.
All right. Well, granted. I want to go back and involve DG Shipping. A few years back, not few, I think now 10 years back, the DG Shipping took an initiative and said that, look, unless an independent surveyor is not appointed for INOR fines, and that report is not given to DG Shipping, the port will not give the port clearance for the vessel to sail. Now, this had major impacts on the commercial impacts, because at that time the charter hires were touching $100,000 a day for a Handymax ship. So I want to put the question pose the question first to DG Shipping themselves, and I want them to explain what was the rationale. This has been withdrawn, but it was withdrawn under pressure from owners. It was withdrawn under pressure from the owner's agents. And so what do we, is this a commercial decision, or is it that DG Shipping took a conscious decision on its own and said that INOR fines is not dangerous anymore, or that the accreditation of labs is now well in place? I just want to hear from the DG Shipping here. What is his perspective?
No, the purpose of that circular which came about 10 years back, that was based on a certain incident which happened on the west coast of India. And also the PNI club approached the Director General or Government of India. The kind of losses was being incurred, and the PNI club was party to that. So some kind of unsaid pressure was there on government to take some initiative, some action. So again, the government, the Director General of Shipping is more interested in saving the life at sea, because that time the incident which happened, a lot of life was lost at the west coast of India. So the core interest was to ensure how we safeguard the property and the life at sea. Now coming back to the credibility of the survey and surveyor, I can only say that it has to be built over a period of time. And it is a process. Like Government of India give the recognition to the class surveyor based on their past history, because they are a member of IX, and it just evolved over a period of time collectively. And based on that, the trust has been built. So government can, of course, can give that kind of credibility to the class surveyor. Coming to the other surveyor, it is a general notion. I mean, now I'll be a little out of the DG Shipping. People who professionally fails, people who professionally fails, or who are not doing well as a technical manager, slowly either they become a DG surveyor or a trainer. I mean,
thank God nobody is here from DG Shipping. What we speak here stays here.
So there are some exceptions, passionate people like me, or passionate trainer like Captain Dr. Mukherjee, who are doing their job, but there are very few of us who are visible in the market. So this is currently the status, what I can say is going in the Director General Shipping. But this is a process which is evolving and is based on the industry feedback. Director General is quite open. We are already celebrating 75th year of the DG shipping. And also we are with the government on the Atmanirbhar Bharat and all those things, promoting more Indian surveyor rather than relying on the outside surveyors. So let's hope for the best. We will do good in future. Yeah.
Thank you, Dixie. I want to come to Mike next. But before that, you know, when Captain Dixit was talking, I remembered I once went to the DG shipping in 2012 and went to the nautical advisor and explained to him that the shippers here in Goa were just not following any regulations. Nothing much had changed. Our lab had got accredited, but really the ground reality was much the same, and they must impose some more stringent measures. And he said the nation's interest is in having more and more export. So if I put so many restrictions that you are telling me to put, the export will go down. It's us versus China. So if China is making steel, we have to export more and more ore. So I think DG shipping is trying to balance everything, trying to, you know, somehow keep everybody happy. Or if I put a competency qualification clause, where will the surveyors of today find a job? How many draft surveyors today all over India are even 12th pass? Let's face it, it's experience. They know the job. They can write a report. But today you'd say that no, they have to be BCom in shipping and logistics. By the way, you guys, 3 of the BCom in shipping logistics who worked with me for 5 years, they all are abroad now. All members of the IIMS. Yeah, Mike, Captain Dixit also spoke about time, you know, everything takes time. I worry if owners or clubs keep resisting, you know, this thing about qualification, competency and paying well. How do you make the case that surveyors aren't just a CP necessity, but actual lifesavers? It's for you.
So in the UK, I don't know how it is here, you cannot be a house surveyor unless you are a member of the RICS, Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. You need to have done I think it's a 3-year, possibly a 4-year degree to get your qualification, and then you join RICS. You will not do a house survey in the UK. It's illegal. So you can't work. So you could, Rushin, impose that level of scrutiny, that's perhaps not the right word, or regulation. It might be too harsh, and maybe it's a process. But at the end of the day, I hear so many, in the UK particularly, surveyors will get out of bed and go for a few rupees and go and do a survey. They're not members of the IIMS, they don't have the skill set. I think they're dangerous, and I think they devalue the profession, or they devalue the professional marine surveyor. Because many of you guys, you know, you've done your time, you've learnt your craft, and it is a craft. You understand what you can do well, and as we've heard, you know, things you don't understand, you leave to other people who can. So for me, greater regulation, I don't like red tape. In fact, I'm possibly the person you would meet who is least interested in imposing red tape for the sake of imposing red tape. But the bottom line is marine surveyors save lives. And therefore, if you're going to be considered as a competent marine surveyor, then I think regulation of some sort, or recognition, maybe it's recognition, accreditation, whatever it is, I think becomes increasingly important in a world that's ever changing. I'll go back very briefly to lithium-ion batteries. As you know, it's my pet hobby horse at the moment. A surveyor from Scotland in the UK called me a couple of weeks ago. He said, Mike, I need your advice. Sure, what's the problem? Well, he said, I've been a surveyor for 40 years. He said, I'm really good at my job. I know what I'm doing. And I agree with all of that. He got on board a small craft, a yacht, to do a pre-purchase survey. And he found himself looking at a lithium-ion battery installation. And the owner said, what do you make of that then? And he said, I haven't got a clue. He said, I've never seen one before. And he said to me, he said, I don't know what to put in the report. And I said, well, for me, it's easy. You simply have to say, I'm not competent or are not knowledgeable enough to comment on that lithium-ion battery installation, find somebody in Scotland who is competent. And that's all well and good, but there is nobody in Scotland at the moment who's competent because the technology is emerging. So that's rotten customer service, isn't it, really? Because what is the customer supposed to do then? So it's really difficult. So I said to John, you need to go and learn about lithium-ion batteries. But in the meantime, put in your report, I'm not competent to look at this. You need to get someone else who is. And that probably is a battery manufacturer who would have to come and look. I don't know if that answers your question, but there you go.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Mike. I want to go to Dada. I want to go to Captain Shaukat Mukherjee again.
Yeah, okay.
And I want to hear your opinion. Should we look? I mean, I think it's a unanimous case where people think that surveyors need to be competent, qualified, and experienced, right? Now, should we really look upon a DG shipping to do this? Or we can look upon an institution like IIMS or maybe another institution wherein we as professionals in our field, trainers and specialists in various topics can liaise and then create something which would be considered as a qualification and competency standard for surveys. And just to add that, where lithium batteries are concerned, the green fuels are concerned, even ballast exchange regulations where you're asked to go and take samples or go and inspect the plant. How do we train people to actually come and be competent to do all this? What is your opinion?
So Ruchin, you mentioned DG shipping. Let me just put something in perspective. We work very closely with the Director General of Shipping, and I have high regards for the present Director General of Shipping, Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji. Very, very versatile and very sharp-minded individual, IAS officer. So in the decision-making process, the DG shipping follows, the administration follows. They are always consultative. Very few decisions are made without consulting the industry. In every decision, maybe if you're not a part of it, you might just see the decision and say, how did the administration or DG shipping come with this decision? But then behind that, a lot of work has gone. When the papers have been sent to all the companies, the stakeholders have been called into the DG shipping office. They've had meetings. And out of the consultation, the decisions have been done. Very few decisions have been taken without the consultation of the industry. This is one. Secondly, if you have something in mind that this particular training has to be done, anybody and everybody can raise these concerns to DG shipping. And if they say a plethora and wide variety of concerns coming to DG shipping, then they will get into this consultation mode and see whether it benefits the administration. Administration is not involved in any privatization or any commercial aspect of any private institute. They are involved with the country's progress. And like you rightly mentioned, they are involved with the country's, Atmanirbhar Bharat, the whole concept of India flourishing. Because they are a political, they are the administration, they are the regulatory bodies. Right. This is one thing. Secondly is, I understand there's a lot of international people working to raise concerns and address these issues of gaps of training, and the Aeronautical Institute, for example, is doing a lot of work, right? I also feel that in India, the challenge is that, and I will not say it's not happening, but we can do better in research. We have not got any funds for any research. In a country like 1.6 billion people, we have only 4 lakh seafarers. And it's always an ROI, it's always a commercial aspect to see how much fund you are keeping aside for research. Today, there's a lot of fund on cancer research, because a lot of people are dying on cancer. But if you have 4 lakh seafarers, and if my research is impacting only 4 lakh of my population, how much fund do I have for research? Absolutely nothing. So you have universities like IMU, they are struggling. They are struggling because there is no fund for research. If there is no fund for research, how are we going to capitalize on the future needs and the future training of seafarers? Then only these private institutions who are internationally acclaimed, who get the funds from elsewhere, like IIMS, like Nautical Institute, they should take the initiative and involve themselves and make these courses. And then you can go, and DG shipping has a hugely effective e-governance and training platform. And if you, as an external agency, go and present this, and they are always open to the idea of habitating and of adapting these training and putting it as a curriculum across all the industries. So I think the bodies need to come forward. Those people who have the resources, who have the acumen, who have the knowledge, who have the funds to come forward. Like we have in India, we have FOSMA, MASA, INSA, Maritime Union of India. They have a pool of fund where they can channelize research, and these are the people who need to identify the training needs and make these trainings and present to the administration government, saying that IMU is on the lookout for a lot of people like this to affiliate and shake hands with, so that they can introduce these trainings in their curriculum and come out with these trainings.
Yeah, great stuff, Shaukat.
Ruchin, can I just add
yeah.
to that? I just want to echo what he was saying. The fact that there is no certified course as such for surveyors means we have the first mover advantage. If we start something, IIMS has some of the best surveyors in the world accredited with it. So start something and put it forward in front of people. When you go to people just now with a proposal saying, oh, we will do this, we will do that, you will always have an initial pushback. They'll say no, but they'll have a lot of doubts. But if you go in front of them and say, okay, this is our course, this is what we are covering, etc., they'll say, okay, sounds good. Maybe you give them a short PPT, show them one module. So they'll be impressed by that. And I'm sure that the industry will favor it and get the support.
Absolutely. But it's a case of chicken or the egg, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Imagine a small business owner, maybe Zareel will relate to it. I do sometimes. We send in India, we send a guy for a draft survey. I don't know, 12,000, 13,000 is what, is billed, or maybe $250, $300. And then if suddenly there is a competency requirement of sending a master mariner, where you have to pay $150 an hour, right? So your total bill works out to $1,000 and nobody is ready to pay for it. Now, if this requirement comes into place, will a business owner take this risk? Because he still needs to maintain that fleet of surveyors to attend to his jobs. Right? So it's a double-edged sword, and it requires careful thinking. And you brought up this thing about IIMS. I want to hear each one of yours opinion that if IIMS sets global competency benchmarks, will regulators, clubs, owners, will they adopt them? Or it will be just a voluntary badge? I just want to start with Clive and then go all the way up to Mike, and then let Mike be responding.
In the end, it's the owner's call also, because market rates and how much they're willing to spend for what type of surveys, everybody wants it more economical, more economical. So in the end, even though you may be having accredited surveyors, they keep looking for more economical options. So to what extent is your purpose being served if they are still looking for these options?
Yeah, well spoken, and very frankly so. Thank you.
Yes, of course, at the end, everything is about money, comes down to the bottom line. So if people want to hire L1, okay, but you get monkeys if you pay peanuts. So I'm not saying it's an overnight process. I'm sure it'll take maybe at least 10 years to establish this, but we have to start somewhere. And once we do start, slowly, it will be a slow change. Once the industry has to see the difference between a qualified, recognized surveyor and the L1 bidder. So only once the industry sees a difference, like say you have a medical condition, wouldn't you go to the best hospital and the best doctor if your life was in danger?
Yep.
Similarly.
Unfortunately, it's the poor seafarer's life which is in danger.
Exactly.
It's not your own life.
Exactly. So but at the end of the day, the ship owner will also see, okay, I'm going with the L1, I'm facing more losses. I mean, if we can show that to them also, demonstrate to them quantitatively with some data maybe, then maybe slowly it will be a slow change. It's a long process.
Thank you. Thank you. Dada, what is your opinion?
Yes, Dada. By the way, nowadays these peanuts are hybrid peanuts. So you're getting very smart monkeys, huh? So the monkeys have also evolved nowadays, smarter than what was before. I will give you an example, Ruchin. When I first did my ISO 9000, 2000, 9001, 2008, I knew that it was not a mandatory course. It was not a mandatory standard. Even now, ISO 9001, 2015, it's a non-mandatory standard. But you know why people are going and doing it? Because the market demands. I understand that, it should come from the market, that we demand this. So if every user, end user, comes and says, and asks the vendor or asks the people who are involved that, have you done this? Ultimately, it becomes a market capitalization issue. It becomes a market requirement. And whatever the market requires, the people will be having to do it. So I understand, it doesn't, see, if you go to IMO, it will never work out. The IMO has to launch an effort of getting ratification from the states and all. It takes 25 years to get a convention ratified. So, but if you go to all the companies and all the companies comes and says it, let's put it out on the list and a checklist or a vendor form that do you have this? Like our company is ISO compliant, but we are not ISO certified. I tell the company, because I am a lead auditor, I've got the compliance in system, but I have not. But whenever we fill up a new company form, they ask, are you ISO 9001? It doesn't make any difference. But every time it comes onto my mind, let's do it. Because the market demands. And the moment I say tick, then I have better prospects of working with better clients. So I think if you can devise a standard where the market comes to you, and everywhere it is that, do you have this course? Do you have this course? And you develop this and you put it out in the market and say, this is there and this is needed for better functioning. I think it will come back to a certain level of realization ki yahan ye karna hai humko.
Yeah, thank you, Captain. Zarir, your frank views. I would prefer if you speak as a shipowner.
No. I've spoken enough on the negative. I want to be this time on the side of IIMS.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
So, Mike, please take note because this might be proprietary what I'm about to say. But before I say that, I want to tell our Dada here on my starboard. Dada, it's like asking Durga Mata, Ganpati, Jesus Christ, and Zarathustra all to say prayers in the same language. What he just asked. Asking everybody in business to do the same thing. I think it's equivalent to that. It's a killing task. Anyway, that said, let me answer the question which you asked about how can IIMS and its training be implemented in a market like India. Although I am outside India in business for 21 years, but being a proud Indian, I've been very closely connected to it, and I have, during my presidency, tried a lot to work towards this. And here's my answer. First of all, it will not work if IIMS come in with a course by itself and try to promote and sell it as a training from the UK for the Indian surveyors and surveying fraternity. It's not going to work. A good chance of it working is to collaborate with a training institute or 2 or 3, having it as a structured Indian program, because like the insurance companies from the West coming into India and trying to sell policies doesn't work. But if it's fronted by somebody here who has the accreditations, various accreditation of courses with the DG, with this one added to it, along with that, the oil majors, the Indian Oil, the other oil importing companies, ratifying that any import or export of oil will be done and signed off by an IIMS qualified surveyor, works well. On the third front, if we go to the Harbour Masters Association and talk to them about the value of a trained surveyor, because they have a duty of care towards a vessel sailing out, because every time they give a port clearance, it means that the vessel is ready for sea to the destination that they declare to go. So the Harbour Master has an interest in getting that cargo lashed well, in getting to make sure the moisture limits are in place so that the vessel doesn't turn upside down just outside its port. And that threefold approach, in my little research that I did during my time, has a damn good chance of working. I'm glad Mike is here in the thick of it, with you being the president from the domain. There's a very good chance this will work with a collaboration like this. We got enough people who have the ear of the DG right at the moment. We have enough people who made approach for representing IIMS and fronting it. We can have NDA signed, the proprietary rights of the program, everything will be in place. But I think there's a good chance, and it's a huge market to tap into. The numbers are just mind-boggling. The coastline is fantastic. The Indian government is pressing and pouring money into this sector, the maritime sector. So it's absolutely the right time to come in and say, we're going to train your surveyors. On the flip side, there is a damn good market for monkey see, monkey do, not as bad, or not as good and proficient market as China. They are damn good at copying, but we are also not bad. So there is a flip side to that dilution happening, unfortunately. And, I know the market, so I have to show the dark side. That's me limping. That's me, the devil in me speaking. But I think this is going to work, and this is the right time. You got 10 more months, and Mike just said he's counting on you bearing the torch for IIMS, and me wearing a little bit of my businessman's hat here, knowing the market. I think this is the approach.
Thank you, Zarish. Yes, Captain Dikshit, DG Shipping.
Are you expecting a DG shipping?
No, just answer frankly. You're a ship manager. You know how the economics work. You represent ship owners. Please go ahead and give your frank opinion.
Yeah, I mean, as a technical manager, I think I personally feel where our competency stops or cease to exist, that is the point the surveyor comes in. So where we feel we have reached to the level of our incompetency, there we look for the surveyor to come in and guide. So certainly this concept of training the surveyor, trusting the surveyor, collaborating with surveyor, bringing more and more surveyor, competent surveyor, of course, is a welcome gesture. And if I wear the hat of the DG shipping, then of course DG shipping would like to, again, what Captain Shaukat Mukherjee said is market driven. If it's a market driven objective, and if we see any irregularity coming in, that's time the regulator has to step in. And if the regulator step in, then of course IIMS or as equivalent body has to prove their existence, whether they can survive or not. And if so, you are the champion.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Before Mike takes the mic, what you said is so relevant, because even about 12, 13 years back, when we were in the peak of people dying because of these vessels liquefaction, the regulator, DG Shipping, said that we have no business to be in business, because the moment we start regulating, then we stop facilitating. And it's such a relevant line, because the sort of diktat to have the DG shipping certificate before the vessel sails was not withdrawn because the ships had become, the iron ore had become safer, but the industry was outraged because ships were waiting for 12 hours for the DG surveyor to go on board. Now you're talking of $50,000 loss just because somebody is unable to travel by boat to the ship. So at the end of the day, it is economics. And there is that fraction of a chance where people are scared to fly, and then the chance of dying in a crash is less than that of dying in a car or while you're walking on the road. So it is a chance which people are taking, and we can go on for another 30 minutes, but I want Mike to give his opinion and then we'll wrap up. Mike?
This is complicated, complex stuff, and it absolutely will take years to do. But I've never frightened of a challenge. So for me, this is a logical progression, and I'll try and back up that statement by give you one or two bits. Zaria, you talk about working with the DG. I had breakfast 2 years ago with the DG in Bangladesh, and we got on really well. And he said, I like what you're telling me. You've got this brilliant training. We need to do this in Bangladesh. Well, I just took that with a pinch of salt and thought I'd never hear any more. We then worked with Zilla Bayan, who some of you might know, been our regional representative over there and regional director for years, and a local college. And the result is that 9 months ago, we put on or started the first course. So we're running a professional qualification in commercial ship marine surveying for 12 students in Bangladesh, supported by the DG. So I would suggest that's the first example of this working. It's a blended course, so they're doing some of it online, they're doing some in a classroom, and they're doing some in shipyards. I think it's a brilliant initiative, and it's a template, and if it works there, it could work anywhere else in the world. So that's something that we should bottle, I think, and try and use. But there's two other interesting things that have happened in the last 12 months that make me think there's some real mileage. And in the end, I think the industry comes together, and I think the industry decides, and then others have to run and follow. Someone has to take the initial step, and maybe that's IIMS. Maritime New Zealand. I was down in New Zealand just 4 or 5 weeks ago. I met senior people at Maritime New Zealand. And the first thing they said to me was, if you are not an IIMS member in New Zealand, you're highly unlikely to be recognized by Maritime New Zealand. Highly unlikely. And I said, okay, so how many guys have you got? 35 who are recognized today. It's not a big market, New Zealand. It's a small industry. And I said, of those 35, then how many are IIMS members? 30. And I said, wow, that's amazing. I didn't know that. So that was a really interesting discovery. And back in the UK, we have a very big insurer of small craft. So these are people who have to get their boats insured. It's members of the public who have a boat. We've got 2 million small craft in the UK. They have to go and get those insured. And this particular insurer, just in the last 3 months, on the bottom in the small print, of course, nobody reads the small print, but at the bottom of the small print, it says, we will only accept a marine survey from an IIMS member or one other organization, YDSA, in the UK. They will only accept a marine survey from those organizations. So if you're a surveyor and you're not a member of either of those two organizations, you can't produce a survey that will satisfy that particular insurer. So what I'm going to say to you is that the ball is rolling. It might be rolling slowly, but you know, snowballs become bigger, don't they, when you roll them? So maybe we are at the start of something. And as I said, I won't be around to see it through. But if I can push this into the next level, then Rushin, I'd really like to do that with your help.
Thank you, Mike. And you will be around. Don't worry. We'll try to do it before. And we won't let you retire in any case. So thank you, the panel. We have heard the frustrations and realities, but one truth remains. Surveys linked to safety of life at sea cannot be left to chance. We all, I think, confirm that. We all believe that. They must be done by competent professionals, of course, without conflict of interest. Perhaps it's time for clubs, correspondents themselves to certify and appoint surveyors. So there's no gray zone. Surveyors may never get to be glamorous. But if we continue to undermine them, we undermine the very safety net of our industry. If we raise their standards, recognize their role, then we recognize the simple truth. Surveyors save lives. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Sija, can I have a box of chocolate for all the participants?
All right. Well, that was quite the session. Am I right? Thank you, Captain Ruchin, and all the panelists for your active participation and eagerness throughout the session. We truly appreciate your valuable insights that you have shared today. Now, then, shall we get started with the quiz? We have Mr. Shahid Bashir once again and Mr. Prasad Amgaonkar. And I would like to call them ahead, Mr. Shahid Rashir and Mr. Prasad Amgaonkar. And I would also like to call Mr. Mike Schwartz to present the prizes to our winners. Mr. Prasad Amgaonkar. A huge round of applause for the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the end of the day. We have two presentations, short ones, and then there is high tea after 5 o'clock, and you can spend time with Mike Schwartz, ask him whatever questions you may have, especially in regard to membership. I want to introduce somebody else very close to my life. He's the past, no, he is the president of the SCMMI. Sorry, I am the past president. So he is the chairman of the CMMI. Captain Manish Dikshit is a man who proves that the merchant navy produces not only masters of ships, but also masters of physics and mathematics. Many in this room, including me, and beyond, owe their exam success to his patient explanations and razor-sharp logic, often delivered with a smile that even made stability curves seem pale. His seafaring career began in 1989 and spanned 17 long years, including 6 years in command of large bulk carriers and transshippers. From ship-to-ship transfers to the delicate business of taking delivery of new bulkers from Japanese yards, his logbook reads like a textbook of bulk carrier operations. When ASP Ship Management invited him ashore in 2007, Captain Dikshit didn't slow down. He simply shifted gears. In Goa, he has become the go-to man for operations, charter parties, claims, and every acronym that keeps managers awake at night. ISM, ISPS, MLC. His colleagues will tell you that he treats ASP less like a company and more like a family, steering through the challenges with loyalty, humor, and a touch of good old school seamanship. But beyond ships and systems, what truly sets Captain Dikshit apart is his generosity with knowledge. As a teacher at Goa University and a mentor with the MES Society, he has inspired students to see shipping not as a career of calculations and checklists, but as a calling. Ask any of his students and they will tell you. He has the rare gift of making mathematics friendly and physics almost poetic. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand for Manish Dikshit, Dixie as I call him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ruchin, for a very emotional introduction. It is true, when I landed a show, when I was been given an opportunity to come to Goa, I was stationed in Mumbai. So when the company told me that your next assignment is in Goa, so I was not very excited about the assignment. I was very keen and very happy that I'm going to meet Ruchin there. So Goa was all about the Ruchin, not my personal professional growth or success. It's all about meeting the Ruchin. So thank you, Ruchin, for initial days, all his guidance and support, which allowed me to settle in Goa. Otherwise, I was to finish my job and go back to Mumbai. But slowly I decided, no, Goa is a place I should sit back and relax. Not only relax, do some quiet work, which probably will be good for industry. Okay, welcome again, everyone, for this session of IIMS. I'm very happy that people have had a nice lunch and they're all very relaxed. So I can quickly wind up my session. So today, my topic is ship manager perspective in marine surveying. As I mentioned in our panel discussion, we look at the surveying when our competency stops, when we become incompetent. That's how we look at the surveyor, who then come in and help us. So just to start with what the ship manager, I mean, most of you must be knowing what a ship management is. I just quickly go through the little introduction, what ship management is. The role of a ship manager, I mean, role and responsibility is to ensure operational excellence and asset value. Asset value is about the ship, and excellence, of course, to take care of the asset which has been entrusted on the ship managers to do it. Why to engage ship manager and who engages? So I think the ship management is the first outsourced activity which happens on the vertical of the ship owner when who actually is owning the ship, but who doesn't want to operate by himself. He outsources that activity. So in the line of ship owning, the first activity which comes in outsource activity is the ship management. Ship management, why ship management? Because it is believed to be a competent people who take care of or who assume the responsibility from the ship owner for the safe and professional operation of the ship. And this is what the ISM code also says. So why to engage ship manager? For operational expertise, access to experienced professional without maintaining in-house team. I mean, owners doesn't have to maintain any in-house team. They can outsource this activity to ship manager. Cost efficiency, economics of the scale, procurement, crewing, and maintenance. Because all these three things, procurement is like purchase, crewing, manning the ship, maintenance to upkeep of the ship. All these three activities comes under the ship management activity. And it is our responsibility to ensure that we give it back to ship owner in more efficient and cost effective way back. Regulatory compliance, of course, when we are taking care of the ship management activity, we have to ensure that ships are being maintained to desired flag state, port state requirement, relevant international rule and regulation, class compliance, etc., etc. Of course, there's an ISM code which gives this responsibility to ship manager. Now, if somebody is owning the ship, he may not have all this ability to take care of the ship operation, ensuring the operational efficiency, cost efficiency, regulation compliance. So the ship owner is allowed to focus. Is this last slide visible there? Focus, which allows owners to concentrate on investment and fleet strategy. So it allows the ship owners to focus on other areas of interest where he want to invest, not only limited to the ship owning it's alone. I mean, he can go to shipbuilding, he can do any other business. So this is totally left on the ship managers to take care of the safe operation of the ship. Now the ship owner, I mean, if we say the ship manager, the competent ship manager, I mean, we can't certify ourselves that we are a competent ship owner. It is all done by the industry. The people who are our client? Clients are the crew who goes on ship. If the crew says, yes, so-and-so technical managers or ship managers are doing their job, that is a compliment to the ship manager, credibility. Secondly, the port state, flag state, their performance, how the ships are performing under the flag state and port state. If they are complying well, that means that the certification of the ship manager that they are doing their good job. Same goes the class compliance. If they are maintaining the ship up to the desired class standard, to IX standard, that means that we are doing your job. So these are the qualifications of the ship managers. The role of a ship manager to ensure operational excellence and asset value. Yeah, scope of the ship manager business. What is the scope of the ship manager business? Is the technical manager, technical management, crew management, commercial operation, and safety and compliance. Technical management, as we described, what is the responsibility of technical manager? All those 4 points that we have to do it. Crew management, supply of the crew on the ship, that is another activity. Commercial operations, it is in the form of fixing the ship, taking care of the port operation, cargo operation, many other activities. Safety and compliance, we already discussed, which is in line with the flag, class, and PSA expectations. So this was brief over the ship manager activity. Now we are coming on the case. Why the ship manager entrust us marine surveyor? to act as an independent qualified expert. As I said, where our ability ceases to exist as the ship manager, we look forward for the surveyor. So what kind of surveyor? To act as the person who acts as an independent qualified expert. Investigate the cause of and extent of damage. Assess the quantum of the loss. Provide a professional report the insurer or insured requires. So these are the expectations as a ship manager we have towards any survey company whom we appoint to do our job on our behalf. So quickly, I just go through, I mean, that was a brief description of the ship management activity. Now I'll go on an incident. Incident, I am going to talk about the real-time incident which actually we had in our fleet. And probably you may find it very interesting when we cover that. This is the one incident I am going to talk about happened in a Vietnamese port, in the river port, Ho Chi Minh City, where the vessel was moored in a, it is a strong tidal port, and it just so happened the vessel arrived from Australia with a coal cargo, and she was not allowed to go on a berth because of some reason. Her berth was congested, and she was asked to have a cargo operation done at the mooring, Dolphin, and she was moored at the very close to the river bend where the current was very, very strong. And within a couple of hours after the mooring, it just so happened that because of the strong, perhaps the tide has changed and started pushing the stern very strongly from the from aft side, and two of the mooring rope parted. And after the parting of the two mooring rope, the crew was not able to handle the mooring further, and other ropes on the winch, they started slipping out. And it's just so unfortunate incident happened that when the rope, I mean, the vessel has lost all the aft mooring rope by the crew actually acted and called for the station. They just lost the game. And the ship entirely turned 180 degree across the river. And it just so happened there was a small coastal vessel was stationed next to our vessel. And it is again a Vietnamese local flag vessel. And our vessel made a slight contact with the Vietnamese vessel. And then everything stops there. The minor damage reported on the opponent vessel, and both parties agreed that they should appoint a P&I surveyor from either side who will inspect the asset of each other. We appointed our surveyor, opponent party appointed their surveyor, both visited each other's ships. And very interesting to note that our surveyor, our P&I surveyor, again, I won't hesitate to quote them, is north of England. They boarded the vessel and they assessed the opponent vessel. The total cost of the repair was about $25,000, the hull damage to other vessel. Our vessel did not sustain any damage because our vessel was quite big and it was just coastal vessel. Interestingly, the opponent party approached us with a claim of $5.8 million. See our surveyor saying 25 and the opponent side surveyor saying 5.8 million. Now is a question mark. Credibility, deficit of trust. Who's saying right? So ultimately, we were in their water. They issued a arrest warrant to us. Unless it will be settled, the vessel cannot be sailed. So under the P&I, LOU was been issued through the local financial bank. They did not accept the London. They accept the finance. The security deposit has to be released from the local bank. The Bao Minh is quite a big financial institute in Vietnam. They issued on behalf of our club, and then vessel was allowed to sail. The matter was again litigated in the court, and we found that it was thought that it will take at least 5 to 6 years in the our case to come in. Within 6 months, the court has, our case surfaced. And very outrightly, the first day, the court has only gave their decision and upheld 3.4 against the 5.8, $3.4 million on us. That's a valid claim that the ship owner has to pay. And there's no opportunity that we can go for the counter claim. They said, okay, if you want to place any counter, if you want to counter the court, we have to go to the Supreme Court in Vietnam, and that process is too lengthy. We had asked for a lot of experts in Singapore to come forward to assist, but somehow it did not work. And ultimately, we have to pay 3.4. So now the key point, takeaway, appointment of surveyor. Each party selected their own P&I surveyor for independence and expertise in liability incident. Investigation, joint attendance, we had a joint attendance. Evidence collection, we had a evidence collection of SDR, VDR, and official logbook, crew statement, everything was being taken. Focus on the facts without speculation and causation. Assessment. Assessment. Evaluate the damage extent, repair cost, aim for agreement on fact, but the report remain party specific. Again, when we say party specific, there is no independent. The surveyors probably, again, as we are saying, the credibility of surveyor assessment has been always in question mark. Challenges in this case, limited cooperation led to divergent scope, one minimized to direct repairs, other maximize the indirect losses. So the background was why the opponent party is saying for $5.8 million. We tried to study what this came back and told us is not about the damage to the hull alone. It is the reason for the 5.8 was due to they lost their time charter contract which they had with the other party, and it was a very long term, 5 years time charter period, and they calculate all those the cost and earning revenue what they were expecting they would have done made out of that 5 years contract. So they evaluate everything and club together. So now it still is quite a bit of question mark. Now, since it is a collision case, it's been considered as a collision case. 3/4 liability lies with the hull machinery, 1/4 the P&I does. Now, given this in this water in Vietnam, somehow the hull machinery was not very proactive. So they totally relied on the P&I club and in their reports. And now when the P&I club has supported them, that's okay, what the valuation is done is correct. Now hull machinery has come back to us. As Captain Zahir was saying, that right of subrogation. They said under the right of subrogation, what action the owners have taken to mitigate the losses? They are holding us responsible. What action we have taken to mitigate loss? Because our North of England saying the cost of the damage was 25,000 and the other side has come to 5.8. Court has upheld the claim 3.4. So what action we as a technical manager or as a ship owner have taken to mitigate the losses? Now it's putting us on a very, very discomfortable side that how we are going to prove ourselves that we acted as a uninsured, prudent ship owner, that we have taken action. So again, coming back to the record keeping, logging down, we have done everything. But somehow if the insurer expecting us to show the action, mitigation, how we are approaching to the local authority and trying to scale down the quantum of the claim, which probably will not happen by us. We are going to appoint someone, and our someone is going to be a surveyor who is supposed to be acting on our behalf. but it did not work that way. Unofficially, outside the scope of this presentation, I can put forward my personal experience. When I landed in Ho Chi Minh City for the same claim, we went to the PNI Club office, I mean correspondent office. Then he had a fix a meeting for us. I was alone from the ship owner side. We went to the opponent side for a discussion. We wanted to offer them some money and close the settlement on the table itself. I still remember the three people have come from the other side, 2 men and 1 woman. And when they came on the discussion table, they all had a gun in their pocket. And when they started discussion, they put the gun on the table. And then they said, okay, let's start discussing. And everybody has a smile, and we were on the other side and didn't know how to act. So there's no scope of discussion. Either you just take it or just leave it and go. So still, as we are discussing, the matter is still in the court. We have paid 3.4, but the opponent side is still demanding the remaining money. The vessel is already sold out. It has gone to someone else. But the threat of arresting the other vessel of our fleet is still prevails there in Vietnam. So next time, whenever our ships are calling there, we are very, very careful. We always appoint or alert our surveyor that our ships are coming. Please take care and just maintain very low on our identity and our existence, that who we are, under whose management or who's the owner or whose ship is coming. So they try to do, so far they are managing the show, but we don't know how long it is going to, because it is a very close knit there, because everybody is a interested party there, whether the Baumin Financial Institute there, who has issued the security, they are enjoying a 1% interest every year on our bailment fees. The lawyers are enjoying, they don't want the case to be closed there. Our correspondent surveyors are enjoying, they don't want that to close down so quickly. So there are so many interests are there. And we all know that there are the party who don't want this case to close down, but we can't do much. And probably we have accepted that, and we are relying on the court. We have also approached our flag state, is Marshall Island. They tried their best, but nothing worked out in that country. So this is all about my first case study, which is still ongoing. And if we get a further update on that, we'll update you on maybe next year, Ruchin. So this is a gist of the claim. Ethical standard, questionable ethics in contrasting figure, integrity issue, as we have discussed already, objective lapses, surveyor must present fact without prejudice, here possible overemphasis on the consequential damage versus minor physical harm, true. Ethical breach, we have already discussed a lot of ethical issues this morning. So yes, true, ethical breach does exist here. Enhancing the integrity in the marine surveying, the key point is promote joint survey, encourage collaborative process to reduce partisan and divide, and ensure factual agreement, uphold objective, always declare conflict-based estimates on evidence, avoiding speculation and or manipulation is very, very important. Speculation and manipulation should be avoided. Strengthen ethic training, adhere to the code of emphasizing integrity and competence, pursue ongoing education to handle complex assessment is all about the training. So what we have already done this morning is again a repetition of same in a practical way through this presentation. Mitigate discrepancy, yes. Now we are coming on to our second incident. It's related with the grounding. Small incident, not actually grounding, is just touching a bottom. This is about the very reputed port in Rotterdam. It happened. This is one of our vessel completed loading coal cargo at the Rotterdam berth. The pre-arrival notification which master received upon the vessel arrival. What is the information they got, master? Maximum berth available, 11.4 meter. Vessel loaded to maximum draft. I mean, the vessel was loading up to 10.5 and depth available was 11.4. No problem. Safe port, safe berth. Ship showed checklist, confirm sufficient water at depth, tick mark, all in order, no risk issue. Vessel unable to depart after casting off the mooring. Pilot suspected grounding. When the draft survey completed, all the cargo documentation completed, MR has been signed, letter of authority, LOS, signed by master, issued to the agent to issue a bill of lading on his behalf. Everything has been perfectly done. Pilot on board. Now vessel is asked to cast up. 2 tugs are helping the vessel to move out from the berth. Vessel is not coming out. So what is the problem now? Why vessel is not sailing out? Findings. The surveyor has been appointed to find the root cause. Joint draft survey post loading. After loading was completed, joint draft survey was held. Forward draft was 10.3 and aft draft was 10.5. 10.5 is a maximum draft allowed for vessel to load. Perfectly all right. Vessel has done a good job. Depth available was 11.4 meters. So still UKC was 0.9, 90 centimeter was there. Post incident joint inspection, the guard PNI and the port authority, they joined together. They checked the draft, everything was fine. They went for the manual sounding because this is where we all suspected the insufficient depth. They go for the manual sounding using the handheld sounding. They found one place on the port side, the draft available was only 9.6. This is the place, Rotterdam, supposed to be the first class operator, first class port. No doubt of their credibility, but yes, there's a problem. 9.6, contradicting the port declaration was 11.4. Terminal was held responsible for providing the incorrect information to the master on the pre-arrival notification. So port was been held responsible. Port very humbly accepted that responsibility and they agreed to lighter the ship at their cost and time. They lightened the ship. Ship was free to sail after discharging of the rest of the cargo. Now the problem comes through the cargo interest. If the ship has been lightened, they are going to lose the cargo per ton, loss of freight, loss of value, everything. The cargo work has to, the port cargo document has to be reworded. Everything has to be redone. The cargo interest claim the crew failed to monitor the berth adequately. As we said, the ship owner like to blame someone and the insurance company, then in return they will try to catch someone. So they got the crew. Crew diligence was missing because crew has failed to monitor the berth adequately. I don't know how many of seafarer will agree. Is it a crew responsibility to monitor the depth at the berth, or is it they believe on the port declaration? So that is again an open debate. Ethical concern. Accuracy of pre-arrival information is critical. Discrepancy highlighted need for robust verification by surveyors and terminal. Lesson. Surveyor must advocate for independent depth check to prevent liability dispute. I don't know how many port will allow. I don't know whether Mama Port Trust will allow any independent surveyor to go and check the depth at their berth. Lolly, yeah. So this is like what you're saying is correct. It's called a port customary practices followed many places. Yeah, they'll not object. But do that. Yeah.
We used to at piano bulk shipping sail on Cape-size vessels. I sailed with them from second mate to mate, and there were standard instructions at every load port where there were fixed gantry cranes discharging or loading iron ore, coal, not grain, any ores. Standard practice was on arrival to a 6-point check or handlet line and document it to verify. Any soft cargo like grain was not needed because it was perishable or would not damage the hull or
Correct.
And if there was a discrepancy in declared cargo, like our friend said, it's usually the gap between they put gunny sacks and put tarpaulin and all that, but still some cargo finds its way between the ship side and the pier side. And that's where the problem lies. Sometimes if it is inconsistent, there's no time in dredging, we should just loosen up the lines and
move the ship
and get on with life. But we would put the charterers on notice or a safe berth potential, safe berth claim or potential hull touching the bottom. So it was a management company with the owner's advice. So you being a manager, I think if you just send out a circular to all your vessels as standard operating practice, hard cargo as a compulsory documentation only of handlet line depth sounding on arrival before the matter get out. I think that should solve because you would have had done your due diligence as an owner or as a manager on behalf of owners and acted as a prudent ship owner or ship manager. That will be enough for you to demonstrate that you're entitled for a claim in case there is a potential. So this is my call, and I would definitely.
Correct. So after incident, we all learned that. So now that is in place. But very interestingly, the vessel was on the starboard side alongside. Normally, you find the cargo dropping and splits take place between the hull and the jetty. This was happening on the other side at one point, not all point. On the port bow, it happened. Something, some obstruction was there. But again, it's a soft obstruction, not a hard obstruction. So that's why the terminal very quick to accept. And now we are talking about the place like Rotterdam. I mean, we can accept West Coast of India, East Coast of India is common, or any other country. It is. No, but correct. But the port declaration very important. So correct. So is it a responsibility of the ship owner or ship master to check the or the terminal, or is it joint responsibility? Okay. To verify the good seamanship is all good and good practices. Somebody is trying to say something. At the forward side where the 9 point, what was that? So correct. So
the depth was found at 9.6.
Correct. So the loading. See, 10.3, 10.5. All the 6 side draft was all right. It all started when they started pull the ship outward berth. So some obstruction was probably just a meter or half away from the ship body, which stopped the vessel from moving. So if you talk about the vessel, like UKC measurement, when vessel was there, they use your eco sounder and all. They're all getting the proper UKC. They're all getting.
So this is the channel, just out of the.
So when they went around with the boat, the surveyor, of course they use the boat there to check all the around soundings. Yeah.
Go 2 slides behind. Both the figures of 25,000 versus 5.4 million.
Yeah.
Go back.
Which one? The first incident.
This is not the damage actually, which is at 25,000. Was this the other damage?
No, that was the cargo damage.
No, that is
Which one?
Earlier.
Yeah, Vietnam one.
Go back. So when the surveyor said 25,000.
Correct.
Yes, this one.
Yeah.
Surveyor's estimate of repairs and associated expenses based on minor. So I will ask my other surveying colleagues here, when you get a nomination to go and assess damage, it is specifically mentioned as a scope. In most cases, this might be different, but I think if he's put $25,000 there, it is specifically steel renewal only in his estimate, which he may have quoted. I don't think he would have had added consequential losses, which you said, loss of high, it is beyond the scope of a surveyor.
Obviously.
So you can't compare, because those are grapes and these are probably a whole basket of fruits which you're talking about 5.8 million. FD&D claims get involved, charter's liability gets involved. A lot of that which is actually outside the scope of the initial assessment, where surveyors sent out to just say that look at the damage and tell me how much it costs.
Correct.
So this is probably, it is down to the scope of what was told to the surveyor.
Correct. Absolutely. True. Yeah, true. What you're saying is correct. It is all about the repair, cost of repair to the other ship, because we said that, okay, we can repair your ship at our time and our cost. It's just a 1 day, just to repair. And we are ready to pay the cost of repair, class attendance, anchorage charges, and including the crew wages, 1 day crew wages, everything. So it comes to 25,000. So in our wisdom, what all the cost was has been covered. But when they came out with the consequential cost, which was the loss of their revenue because of they are not obliging the agreement what they had with the next time charter, so it all landed up there. So coming back to Lolly, your unsafe word. Yeah. Okay. So what? Correct. Yeah. So that's also very now is the learning that normally we trust the port authority will give you the first-hand information, which is not the case. So okay. And ethical concern was accuracy of pre-arrival information. Discrepancy highlighted need to be robust verification. This is of our previous. Oh no. Very quickly, I'm finishing. So okay, coming back to the grounding thing, it is a lot of learning for us. As we discussed, we improved on our checklist, we improved on our due diligence. Now we don't rely on the port information before vessel reaches there. We are contacting the local correspondent, taking the first-hand information. What is the condition of the berth? Whether they had any past experience, any incident happening because of the depth, cargo quality. So yes, the participation of the surveyor, we feel, is growing. Yeah, please go ahead.
In 2022, I was the first master to inaugurate a coastal berth in GNPT.
Okay.
So when I went alongside, and in an hour or two, I got grounded at berth. I solely relied on the information given to me by the pilot in the port.
Okay.
And and it turned to be very awful. And it was concluded that the survey that was done was not inappropriately done and concluded, and it was wrong information given passed to the master.
True. So that's why I think in the insurance policy, whether Hull, even in the PNI club, the crew negligence is covered. That's the reason, I guess, so that even the crew try to do their due diligence, but there are some places, some part they missed out. Probably that's why the insurance company comes forward and cover. But again, the last grounding thing, I think people are still not satisfied with the action taken, the master's role and responsibility. That again is quite open and debatable. I think the master was sailing how they will react to this kind of experience. Yeah, Laurie, yes.
I've been a master in commodore vessels before ISMs came in, during the transition and afterwards. And I knew how, in some ways, we worked before ISM. Maybe not document, we didn't have standing operating procedures. We used seamanship, we used our common sense.
Correct.
I'm sorry to say, but now I'm working as no responsibility in loading cargoes, mainly steels. But you go on board a vessel, and the master will not do things unless it is written and given to him in a procedure, which is the ISM. Right? But at the time, you still have to use your common sense. Am I right? I don't think I'm wrong in that.
So let's just answer to come from our Captain Shaukat Mukherjee, whether wisdom can be fulfilled by the appropriate or adequate training, or can be gained.
I'm not talking about the training. The
The seamanship is what? Is it just is the common sense?
What I meant by seamanship is your common sense.
Common
that
sense.
is what you thought as team.
Whether that can be filled in by the training.
No, what I'm talking about is today. It is, I've seen it with, you tell another master, giving this simple thing. I've done loadings in in Thailand, rice loadings basically, bulk rice. Coming alongside, when you come on board, I should send a mail to the master, just please check handle soundings. One master asked me, why do you want me to do it? Same thing, I've got declaration from the port. I said, what are you doing? You're just safeguarding your own interest. Avoid problems, avoid time losses, avoid everything, and a lot of paperwork in it. If you just check yourself, if you're not satisfied, don't load there. And it's happened because it happened with the second vessel I loaded there. They had a problem. There was not sufficient, the port is declared. So wherever it may be in the world, we cannot really trust 100% port declarations or anybody, even a surveyor's declaration.
So quickly we'll hear Captain Mukherjee's comment on that. Yeah, quick one. Let's make the...
See, when we talk of training, there has to be a difference understood between training and development. I always say this. There are things which you can train and become. There are things which you cannot train and become. You cannot train somebody to be honest. Right? It's a virtue, it's a value. So the difference between training and development is that some things need to be developed. A person who has seen probably dishonesty in his house or her house right from the childhood will ultimately most probably become dishonest once he or she grows up. To try and change him or her into being honest will be a humongous task for training. Training cannot do that, those kind of things. It will probably become, but it'll take years. So there are like even wisdom. Wisdom cannot be, you can't train somebody to be wise. The person, the wiseness, it's like, it's like single malt. You got to acquire the taste. You can't just like single malt over one sip. So wiseness comes from daily doses of seeing, of perception, of maybe going deep into the thing and learning and mentorship. So if you're talking about ethics, if you're talking about wisdom, if you're talking about any other criteria, which is a value, you cannot do this without training. That's why, in one of the things we learned, when we generally hear people say, safety is our priority. A lot of people say, right, safety is our first priority. Now, I ask this question to everybody, a lot of people. Safety is a priority. How can safety be a priority? Because priorities will change over time. Right? So yesterday, my priority was something else. When I was 30 years old, my priority was only to earn money. But when I'm 45 years old, my life is more about fulfillment and liking. So my priorities have changed over time. Now, if priorities change over time, how will safety be a priority? Because it will change. The priorities will change. Safety has to be treated like a value. It has to be ingrained. So these are the things which I think, and once we start treating these things about development, like leadership, you can't train somebody to be a leader. You got to develop them as leaders. There has to be a phased out kind of procedures. Even for surveyors, I think you talk about ethics today. A surveyor, if you take a surveyor or you induct a new surveyor who's always been unethical in his or her life, most probably he'll turn out to be an unethical surveyor. Right? But how do you understand that? So that is why you have the HR. We undermine the HR. Even in cost and all. Like when we were speaking on stage and somebody mentioned about people leaving them after training. Yeah, you blame the HR. Anybody used to be blamed of people leaving. If you're spending money on somebody and that person leaves, then that person better leave. So are we spending on the right aspects? And I really feel that when you're talking about ethics, there's something called organizational value and organizational culture. And there comes the system of shared values. Then you induct people whose values resonate with your culture. You cannot induct somebody in your company who has been brought up in a totally different environment, who probably will end up not sharing the values of your and culture of your company. So that is the basic difference between, I think, when you're talking about training and development.
Yeah,
I don't know, I myself just gone outside the topic of what you
Lolly
asked me.
was saying that common sense. The common sense has to prevail. So
Yeah, just point of view, even in my kindergarten, in my school days, up to 10th standard, we have subject called moral science. But now it's, now it's missing in the generations right now. So that could be one of the reasons.
All right,
why.
so we will not go into that generation discussion. So, yeah.
Can I add a
Yeah.
solution to this, especially what you said in the third point as ethical concerns?
Yeah.
The solution to this problem potentially reoccurring in other ports, it does not have to be Rotterdam, like you said. In fact, actually more risks of it happening in a first world country and port where labor is scarce, and putting tarpaulins and all these lovely things that they use to defer cargo is not seen thing. So there's more chances of cargo falling. So going to your underwriter and asking them what happens in case of a claim of a bottom damage or a potential grounding. Bottom damage to hull, it will be considered as an unsafe berth. And ask them the question, if I, as a ship owner or a manager representing ship owner, put a circular and a procedure or a process of under keel clearance and minimum due diligence required by the ship owner, if I put that, would that put your claim, such claims, which may happen in any port in the future as well, in a better standing, and them in a better standing to get subrogation rights from whoever is misdeclared? See what the answer is. I guarantee you they'll say, yes, that procedure will help you get the claim immediately settled. And they will, in fact, be able to pin the guys down. On, if the master even logs down, even if the logging is incorrect, the fact that he's actually put, we'll come and verify as independent surveys that actually was it done or was it just flogged as a rival hand-led line figures. At load ports, usually this happens.
Correct.
You will see that the answer will be absolutely crystal clear. Your PNI club will, without batting an eyelid, say impromptu saying, yes, please ask your masters to put the hand-led line down. So as on cape sizes with such large surface areas, on the same, we used to just hang a lead line down and tie them loosely and see whether the hand-led line gets pulled in. You can take your jacket off or not?
No, I'm not competing with you. I'm not competing with you.
So, yeah, so we used to just hang them on the railings and then pull them up and just measure the depth. Because if there was a drag, the hand-led line would immediately pull. So it was very effortless. It was written in our procedures, and we used to just drop the hand-led line down. There's a 10.5 meter depth. Let's see if that 10.5 meter touches anywhere. If it were 9 meters, it would touch and drag, it would pull the line down. So there are easy solutions, yet they're very, very important. I agree with you, sir. It is eventually down to the master and his due diligence. Whether you, under the ISM policy, writes it down or not, it still does not take away a prudent ship master's duty of care towards life and property at sea.
So this is all covered under due diligence that master has to do here.
I just wanted to ask, Ruchin sir, are you aware of the working of MACN, Maritime Anti-Corruption Network?
Yeah, correct.
Are you affiliated with them as well? No, because I see a lot of things here which is common. I mean, especially the pre-arrival information critical. They have introduced a very huge and very strong pre-arrival checklist. And
Where
in fact,
MCN, you're saying?
MACN, yes,
Oh,
MACN.
they-
In fact,
they-
I'm
they-
one
they-
of their ambassadors for promoting them.
Okay.
And Dr. Mr. Deepak Shetty is
Mr. Deepak Shetty, yeah.
He's the India lead for
Correct.
MACN.
Yeah.
And if there is anything possible for collaboration, I can offer my services for mediation. And they are. But I feel that with these kind of things, they have an extremely well coordinated pre-arrival information which everybody has to fill before they come to these ports, especially Indian ports.
Indian ports.
Indian
But
ports.
that is more to do with the administrative
No, that is
compliance, not with the operational.
No. So what happens is afterwards, even for surveyors and afterwards, so it's actually directed towards anti-corruption.
Correct.
But there is a lot of things which get covered in the pre-arrival information checklist. So maybe you will find some common grounds where you all can help each other. So I just thought of
why not?
Maybe a collaboration will help in this.
Pre-arrival, why not? We can do that. So it's like a collective contribution of agency, surveyors, administrator, port facilities, all have to work together to ensure the ports are safe, crew is safe, and cargo is safe. So thank you, Ruchin, for giving. I try to run very quickly with my slide so that Mike can come and give that 19 points. Everybody's waiting for good practices. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So I thought it was a quite interactive session we had. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Captain Manish Dikshit. And you were right, that was quite an interactive session. And thank you to the audience for participating. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quickly move on to the quiz. All right, I'll not take any more of our time. Oh, it is Mr. Patson Clement and Captain Lawrence again. So I would like to call upon Captain Dikshit to present the prizes to our winners. Winners, please come ahead. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the last leg of our voyage for today, and we have come to the final presentation. And for this, I would like to invite Mr. Mike Schwartz once again for his presentation on 19 tips for business success.
Thank you. Right, okay. This is going to be a short session because we've got some time pressure. And this has nothing to do with marine surveying. If you are a professional marine surveyor, it's given you are good at marine surveying. I learned some time ago when I started in this job that a lot of marine surveyors struggle with business management. It's not a natural skill set for some. And what I'm going to share with you are 19 tips that have kept me safe really in business and have helped me succeed in business. So it's very personal to me, but I hope you'll take some value out of this at the end of what's been a fascinating, absorbing, but a long day. So here we go. Right, we all have disclaimers in our reports, don't we? So here's my disclaimer. Following these tips and advice is not guaranteed to increase your business and profits, but failure to do so might. Absolutely. And I'm going to quote for you, the road to success and the road to failure are almost exactly the same. And that guy, Colin Davis, was a very famous conductor, orchestra conductor in the UK. I'm going to share a secret with you. Right? Promise you won't tell anybody else. This is just for you in this room. The two ways to improve your business performance and therefore to increase your profit, and there are only two. Increase your revenue and decrease your costs. And if you can do both, your revenues are going up, your costs are going down, you'll become very profitable and very wealthy. But honestly, when I joined IIMS, we need to make more revenue and we need to spend less. And we did. It took us a year or two, but that is the way to performance. And of course, this is a very simplistic overview. Do you have to have a range of other skills? Just being a marine surveyor on its own will not get you, I don't believe, to where you want to go. Right, we're going to rattle through these. It's partially interactive insofar as I will pose some questions at the end of each tip for you to answer for yourself. Don't need to share it with the room, but there'll be some questions I will ask. So we're back to specialisms again. Look, it's there. It's number one. Focus on your specialism and be niche. Stick to what you do best, but just make sure you do it better with more focus and passion than anybody else. Focus on your specialism. So the biggest mistake I think that small businesses make is that they try to be generalists. I mean, back to the surveyor who says, I know everything. No surveyor knows everything. You know I play some tennis, because Rushin told you that earlier. I play a lot of tennis. I don't go, when I want a new racket, and I'll buy 1 or 2 rackets every year, because I play a lot of tennis, I don't go to a general sports store. I go to a guy who specializes in tennis rackets in a town called Warwick in England, which you might know. The guy knows me well, and I go in, and he says, oh, Mike, wonderful, more rackets? And I said, yeah. And he says to me, choose 4, take them for a week, try them out, play with them, and then come back. And I always buy 1, sometimes I buy 2. So I go to a specialist. And people who are generalists, I think, are frightened to become a specialist because they think they're only going to get known for one thing. But if that's the one really important thing, That's great that you get known for that. Note down your specialism. What one thing are you really, really good at doing? What is your one key specialism? Moving on. Tip 2. Now, years ago, I learned to create a business Bible. What do I mean by that? Write ideas down, write tips down in a notebook, put them on a tablet when they come up. Might help you when you have to come and make some key decisions. It's so frustrating when you go and do a Google search and you find a page, you think, wow, that's really useful information, fantastic content. You don't bookmark the page. Can you ever find it again? No, it's gone. So when you see something, note it down. It'll save you hours. And you must record your key successes. You have to know what you're proud of, because if you don't know, nobody else is going to tell you. You must know what your key successes are. So I want you to write down one key success. Think about one key success in the last 6 months or a year. We all have them. Tip 3, this is really, really important. Don't be afraid to ask for help. We're coming back again to assuming that we all know everything. And of course, we can't possibly know everything. This is actually a real strength, knowing when you need to reach out for help. You can't know the answer to everything. And therefore, you go and you seek help from others who've got that specialist knowledge. It's not a sign of weakness. It's an absolute sign of strength. IIMS outsources all sorts of things, but we'll come on to that. Here we are, outsourcing. Tip 4. Outsource the things that you do not do well, the things you don't like, the things you don't enjoy. Outsource them. IIMS outsources HR, IT, certain elements of specialist training, because we don't train in things like first aid and that type of thing. So outsource things. Don't dabble in things that you don't understand. How many of us hate doing our tax returns? It's difficult, isn't it? You might employ an accountant. Obviously, we employ an accountant as well to do that type of thing. And the time that you create by outsourcing things gives you more time to do the things that you're really good at. So what one activity could you outsource? Think about one thing that you could get someone else to do. I can build websites, but beyond that, I can do a bit of search engine optimization. But now it's become so complicated. I used to do digital marketing, so complicated now. We give it to a digital specialist, and they're really good at it. So what thing could you outsource? Tip 5. I think this is important, to follow your own path. You set your path of travel, and you must stick to it. Your business is all about you. Nobody else. It's about you. It's what you do. It's the ethics you set, the morals you set, all of those things. It's the style that you create. Stay true to yourself. Stay true to your principles. You made a really good point about people who are dishonest. They'll always be dishonest. But you have to decide what your principles are, and whatever they are, stick to them. Worry less about what other people are doing. You know what? You can't influence generally what other people are doing around you. They'll go and do their own thing anyway. So worry about yourself and stay focused. Tip 6, aim high. Nothing wrong with aiming high. You might not get there, but if you don't aim high, you've no chance of getting there. And you must be persistent. Believe in yourself, know what your strengths are, and believe in your strengths. Don't take no for an answer. If you believe it's right, and you believe it's a good path to travel, persist. Tip 7, thinking time on how to improve. I spend a lot of time thinking. And as I said, I think earlier, my colleagues hate it when I get on a plane and I travel overseas because I've got loads of thinking time. And I find that really valuable. Don't become a busy fool who's lost sight of what is going on around you and what's really important. Periodically find a quiet place. Ask yourself this simple question: how is my business better this month than it was last month? And what have I learned in that time? So for me, I'm not a seagoer or a seafarer. I don't go to sea, but I love water. So when I need to go and do something, I'll go and sit by water, get out, walk around, and that's when I'm at my most creative. Can you note down one reason that your business is better this month than it was last month? Or this year than it was last year? One thing. Because if you're not developing, if you're not making things better, then you're stuck and you're stagnating. And that's okay. Some people are quite happy doing that. But if you want to continue growing and developing, you have to understand why your business is getting better. Tip 8, I think this is very important as well. Learn to say no. Don't let people who are unimportant drain your time. We have them all around us, and they just suck you in, and they take your lifeline away, and you're wasting time on things that are not important. Don't let those people drain your time. Don't be afraid to refer a potential bad customer to a competitor down the road. And that might sound a bit odd, but if your phone call comes in and somebody wants to give you a job and you don't like the sound of them on the phone and you think, oh, this doesn't sound great, pass them on to somebody else. Don't let them drain your time. Thank them for the opportunity, say that you're very heavily committed, can't give your project the time it deserves, but we can recommend Fred Smith down the road. Tip 9, choose your clients. They think they've chosen you. They haven't. You choose them. You pick who you work for. They do not pick you. They've done a search on Google, they found you, they've contacted you. Would you like to come and do this job? Da-di-da-di-da. So they think they're in charge. They think they've picked you. No, that's not right. Pick clients who value you and will allow you to do your best work and avoid the rest. It's not always easy. That's a judgment call you have to make sometimes. Build your client base deliberately and with purpose. If you do that, good clients, they'll come back to you. Tip 10, whether you like it or not, we're all different. We all have different personality traits. But in this business, you have to be a people person. In this day and age, it's really important. Never stop networking. I'm not a natural networker, Zaria is. It's not natural to me, but I do it, and I understand the importance of it. You have to follow all leads, participate in conversations wherever you might find them. Go to exhibitions. There's a surveyor in England who went to the local radio station, and he said, I'd love to do a 1-hour session every week for small boat owners. And the radio station said, brilliant, great. So he does 1 hour every Saturday morning. He's probably a multi-millionaire now because it's free publicity for him. You know, wonderful. Don't be afraid of the phone. People don't like the phone anymore. There was something in the UK just 2 weeks ago saying that youngsters now are frightened of using the phone. They won't use the phone. And I think that's tragic. People like phone. You know, we all get emails. We get thousands of emails. It's very impersonal. Pick up the phone and talk to somebody. Very important. Tip 11, add a personal touch. In this industry, like most service industries, you're all selling something quite similar. So you've got to make yourself different. And you've got to do it better. Establish good client relationships, be professional at all times, of course. You have to make your customers and your potential customers feel special. Lots of ways you can do that. But make sure you are memorable and that you are remembered. And Rushin and I had a little conversation about this a couple of days ago. I think what makes Rushin memorable are his glasses, because they are unique. And I mean that in a really positive, nice way, Rushin. You know, very unusual glasses. I know what makes me memorable. I'm not going to share it with you, but I know what makes me memorable. So what one thing makes you memorable to people? What is it that people would find memorable about you? Tip 12. It's amazing how many people don't research their repeat customers. Really, really surprises me. Ask them for feedback. Ask them for testimonials. People don't often give you feedback voluntarily. They feel a little bit, oh, I don't want to do that. Why do I want to tell him he's really good? And then you come into a face-to-face situation and the guy says, you're really good. You know, get some feedback. And then you can publish those testimonials on your website and your social media. Find out why people come back to you. Why do people come back to you? Is it because you are memorable? Is it because you're cheap? No, it's not because you're cheap. No one's cheap. So why do people come back? Ask them what you can do to better serve their needs. Is there something that you're not offering that you could offer? And if you see a trend, then act on it. Tip 13, we all have to manage our customer expectations. I think this is so important. Reputation is everything these days. You know, reputation can be enhanced. It's quite hard to enhance your reputation, I think. It's very easy to lose your reputation. That happens very quickly. Find ways to exceed your customers' expectations. If you tell them you're going to deliver the report at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and you don't, you've not met their expectations. And in that case, ring them and say, oh, sorry, I need another 12 hours, 24 hours. I'm not going to meet that deadline. And when you go that extra mile, you will drive more business. Tip 14, you know, I'm not a natural social media kid, if that's the right word. I do it because I understand it's important. It doesn't excite me. I'm not on Facebook. I hate it, and I'll never be on Facebook. But your brand is everything, right? Would we agree with that? Your brand, you know, what you're promoting and selling yourself and your business, it's everything. So what you can do to promote your brand and consumer awareness is critical. You've got to be consistent with social media. I really believe that you have to have some kind of strategy in your mind as to what you want to achieve. And I think a lot of small business owners really don't understand social media. They understand the power of it, but they don't understand how quite to work it. And when I joined IIMS, we had a young lady, Chloe, sitting in the corner of the office. You might remember Chloe. I don't know, Zara, you might remember Chloe. Sat in the office, and every Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock, she'd send 2 tweets. And I said to her, why do you only send 2 tweets on a Friday? Well, because that's what we do. And I said, so are you telling me that every other day there isn't something we can tweet? Oh, I hadn't thought about that, she said. So, you know, sending 2 or 3 tweets on a Friday is nonsensical. Success with social media is the result of regular activity. And do you know what? Even when you think nobody's listening to you or nobody's reading your tweets, just because they don't respond or they don't react, you know what? They absolutely are reading it. They choose, or they've chosen at that point not to jump in and have a dialogue. And then you post something else on a different subject and suddenly somebody crops up. So they are reading what you put out, they just choose not to engage. Tip 15, scattergun or target. Using social media, yeah, okay, it's very important. But I want you to remember this point. Reaching thousands of potential customers is important, but reaching thousands of the potential right customers is far more important. So when you go on social media, it's a scattergun approach. IIMS does a lot on social media, but we now do a huge amount of targeted digital below-the-line advertising using a specialist agency. And that means we can reach a lot of the right people because they've targeted our message. Still important to do that scattergun, you know, push around the industry, that's important, but try and target the people you really want to get to. Tip 16, do you know what? There's only 24 hours in a day. Time is finite. You have to get serious and understand the value of your time. No one ever lay on their deathbed regretting they hadn't spent more time watching the television, and ain't that a fact? Throughout each day and throughout every working day, ask yourself one simple question. Is this the best use of my time right now? And I do ask myself that question. I know when I've deviated off into something that I shouldn't be wasting time on. And you know what? If it isn't, go and do something more productive. So understand your time is finite. You've only got so many hours in the day. Make sure you're being productive with your time. Tip 17, do not put off. Make the decision to do the tricky stuff, especially things that are likely to be controversial, and do not park them. Let's face it, very few of us enjoy conflict. I hate calling surveyors who've had a complaint registered against them in the UK. We get 20 of them a year. I hate having that dialogue, and I put it off because I don't want to face the surveyor and have it's never an argument, but it becomes quite a heated discussion. So every business owner I've ever met will say that they give their business 100%. Every business owner will say that. But I think what they really mean is that they give 100% to the stuff they are comfortable with. So you have to get used to and comfortable with dealing with the unpleasant stuff. So decide to get less comfortable with the limitations of your comfort zone and know what they are. And do you know what? We're all happy in our comfort zone, and that's absolutely fine. We can exist and live in our comfort zone. But if you want to grow and develop again, I think you have to take a step sometimes into the Wild West or the unknown. Can you name one thing you've been putting off or avoiding? One thing that you've been putting off or avoiding. We're nearly done, 2 to go. Now, failure. People think failure is bad, it's terrible, it's awful, I've failed. Do you know what? Failure is not a bad thing. Let me tell you why. Through failure, we become stronger and wiser. We develop wisdom through failure. We try something, it doesn't work, we learn from that. Fail more often in this year than you did last year is my advice to you. Because if you're not failing often enough, you're sticking to things you already know. This means you are no longer growing. And of course, the very famous, inventor and founder of Apple, Steve Jobs, or one of the 2 inventors, used to say to his team, "You're not failing enough. Apple can't grow unless you fail. It's through failure that we will become better and bigger and develop new things and devise new schemes and products." There we are. So, can you think of one failure in the last year? Something that you failed at? You don't want to share that with people, I understand. But, if we're not failing, I don't think we're growing and developing. I fail quite often. I don't tell people necessarily, I tell myself. And it's important that you know when you failed and you learn something from that failing. And my last tip is simply this: be decisive. Be decisive. Procrastination is your enemy. It's your complete and absolute nightmare. Nobody should ever procrastinate, but some people are not comfortable with making decisions. You have to get comfortable. It's really important. Think things through, of course, yes. Some of us are risk takers, some of us are not risk takers. Some of us will spend a day or 2 thinking before we actually decide we're going to do something. But don't put it off, be decisive. Better to make a bad decision than no decision at all. I can think of plenty of examples of political parties who've made bad decisions, and then they come back in 6 months or a year's time and they change and make another decision. But don't ever not make a decision. So I'm going to close out very quickly. You perhaps don't know this guy. He's a really objectionable individual, actually, Gordon Ramsay, but he's a very successful chef and restaurateur. He's got a bit of a foul mouth, but he did say this, which I quite like. The minute you start compromising standards for the sake of massaging someone's ego, that's it, game over. And I think that's a really valuable quote. And I've got one other quote for you. You might know this lady. She invented Huffington Post in America. We think mistakenly that success is the amount of time we put in at work instead of the quality of time that we put in at work. And for me, it is about quality. If you're sitting at your desk, not doing anything, that's not quality time. Right, time to reveal your answers. We're not going to do that because we don't have time, but I want you to think about some of those questions I posed to you. And note down your specialism, 1 key success, things that you might outsource. And for me, that would definitely be tax. I'm never going to fill in a tax return. I'm happy to pay someone to do that. 1 reason why your business is better this month than the last, and 1 thing that makes you memorable, and 1 thing you've been putting off or avoiding. That's it. Thank you. Question?
First of all, Mike, absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
Can I use this somewhere?
Please do. Please do.
Okay, so you mentioned in one of the things, one of the tips saying learn to say no.
Yes.
And the other time you said don't take no for it.
Yep.
So is it it's contradictory? While you saying learn to say no, you will expect your clients also not to take no for an answer.
I don't see it as conflicting.
No, I'm just
Um,
sharing a thought. Maybe, maybe there is something here.
You have to be in control of you and your life, how you do your business.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just have to say no to people. And
Absolutely, I agree to both of them. But, sometimes there is a kind of possible, kind of they'll say we've learned to say no.
Yeah, it's really important skill.
Yeah, this is
Really
one thing. Then at the very last one about massaging egos, I think this is particularly a little bit of orientational and regional kind of stuff. In places, and I'm not saying India, but in places, you can't get your things done without massaging egos.
Absolutely.
But I think the right point which you mentioned is, even though you have to massage egos, you got to get your ideals correct. I mean, you can't go down on your ideals while massaging the ego. So for me, if I have to massage somebody's ego, still get my ideals correct and get the business, I think.
And you can massage somebody's ego without it.
Make sure you get a happy ending. Yeah.
You can massage someone's ego, and sometimes you need to do that. I could say with maritime regulators, I'm really happy to massage their egos, but not in a way they would know that I'm massaging their egos.
You know what happens? Mike? It's very basic. When we do events, I mean, we are doing events for the last 20 years. Some people, when we do government events, we got to follow protocols where you got to have a sofa.
Absolutely.
And they will not sit anywhere without a sofa. And we've never kept a sofa for anybody, no matter how. But then we realized we do have to do things which follow into a certain protocol of expectations.
And sometimes tact and diplomacy are really important. Sometimes you just know with some people, you just have to play by the rules because that's how they want to play. But that's understanding your clients and knowing what they want and where they come from. So interesting points. Yeah, and you're very happy to thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Could I just keep you here for a second?
Of course.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of a very long day. I'm sorry that we started late and everything went off late, but don't go back. We still got chronicles of membership with Mike outside. Have some tea and some snacks with us. But before we do that, it's an honor to felicitate all the speakers, and we want to do this as quickly as possible so that we can get out and then have the tea. Zarir, can I have you, bhai?
Oh, excellent. Good. And Rushin, just before we finally finish, can I just say a big personal thank you to you for organizing this event today, but also for your friendship over the years and your help with all the digital stuff that we've been doing. You're a very valued and important part of the IIMS success story as well in the background. So I'm extremely grateful to you, and we'll see you in the UK soon.
Thank you, Mike. I would like to also express my gratitude to the IIMS headquarters, where we have got a shield for, there's another shield there.
How wonderful.
So this is especially to Cam.
She'll love it.
As well as all the rest.
Yeah.
So please accept it on her behalf.
Of course. Thank you. Camilla is our office manager, membership secretary, and a very important cog in our wheel. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. A very quick vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, as we draw this conference to a close, it's my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the IIMS India Committee. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our speakers and panelists. You gave us your time, your insights, your candor. You helped us reflect on uncomfortable truths and inspired us with fresh ideas. Your contributions have added real depth and value to this gathering, and for that, we are truly grateful. A special word of thanks goes to those who traveled from overseas and from far corners of India to be with us. Your presence makes this event richer, more diverse, and more meaningful. I would also like to recognize the support of the IIMS headquarters, Cam and her team, who stand firmly behind the work of the India branch. Their encouragement and cooperation gave us strength and to host events of this caliber. To our delegates, participants, thank you so much for your active engagement. You asked the tough questions. Lolly, thank you so much. Voted in the polls. All of you who won or did not win challenged the panelists and proved once again that IIMS is not just an institute, but a living community of professionals who care deeply about safety, competence, and integrity. Let me also acknowledge my colleagues on the India IIMS committee. Your support has made today possible. I know that regretfully many of you couldn't be present today. I want to thank Trademaker, Marex for being here and covering the event. Thank you, Nishit, Jagdamba. A special thank you to my colleagues from eDOT Solutions. Without your support, this would have never been possible. From scheduling, bookings, travels, and the quizzes, thank you very much. A big thank you to Kenneth for the AV and other arrangements. And last but not least, thank you, Marriott's, and especially to Savio Barreto, who made this very easy to me. As we close, I leave you with a thought that has echoed throughout this day. Surveyors save lives, whether regulatory or commercial, shipboard or shoreside. Our work matters. Let us continue to raise our standards, strengthen our community, and remind the wider maritime industry of a true value. On that note, I thank you all once again for being part of the IIMS India Conference 2025. I wish you safe journeys home, and I look forward to meeting many of you again at future gatherings of the IIMS. Thank you. Good evening. Jai Hind.